Alrighty, so let me first and foremost apologize for not being here on Monday. As people know, I started my streaming career with video games, and then later on I branched into politics and news. I do apologize for the disheveled appearance as well. I have been working for 5 days, mostly, like Gimli and Aragorn and Legolas crossing to chase after the hobbits, like 5 days and nights pursuit, barely any sleep, no decent food. I was working on what somebody referred to as my magnum opus last night. I got handed a copy of A.N. Intrepid Studios Ledger. I have been advised to continue stating this is an Intrepid Ledger. It's a ledger. It is not definitively the ledger. We don't want to call it the definitive the. But I spent 17 straight hours after having been up all day. I spent 17 hours poring through Intrepid's books. And then I wrote this piece. And it is a very, very long piece. Unfortunately, I'm finding more and more ChatGPT arguers. And I fell a victim to that last night. I sat there and I argued for an awful long time with somebody who was clearly feeding the conversation into ChatGPT. Because I said to the person several times, I acknowledge you're right with 90% of what you're saying, but you're applying it to the wrong situation. To give you like a really quick, link in, you had a bunch of people in a room talking about surgical sterilization, and you overheard them say, vasectomy. And so you keep calling a woman's process a tubal ligation, a vasectomy. I'm like, look, you're like 90% right. That is the appropriate name, just not for this setting. And I shouldn't have done that. I need to get out of the habit. But I want to give a shout out to Nefis in his community. I've been squatting there for a couple of days, and many amazing people over there. I asked if anybody knew of something, then I went to bed. The next morning I woke up, somebody had tagged me with it. Members of the community bought all the legal documents for Ashes of Creation's newest fiasco, and holy shit, that's gonna be like, I'm not gonna be able to prep a whole great Ashes thing for tomorrow, but I'm probably gonna stream Ashes and then hopefully someone's human, although that game broke my soul, and go down with some more stuff that Stephen Sharif has said. As far as I'm concerned with that, though, I'm gonna keep poking Stephen Sharif with little clips, with shorts, because what Stephen has done is unreal. Like, the things that he talks about are just over the top.
Watch the court filings? How can we do that when you motion to seal the records? What do I know? I'm just Jackass Jolin.
Stephen Sharif keeps saying, watch the court records, watch the court records, watch the court records. Okay, we got something like 40 exhibits last night. I watched the court records. Yeah, you got threatened, you got bullied. No problem. But when you have any CEO that behaves this way, like years ago, Stephen was asked, did you paint all those Warhammer figures? He said, nope, I have a painter that I commissioned to to pay it for me. And then his own employees say, Alan Pyle at Tournament GE is a painter, is a figurine painter. That's a bad look.
Really?
Like, that's a really bad look. And so, for half of my audience, it's going to be the Ashes of Creation news that keeps us plugging along for the next couple of days. For the rest of the world, could I just state for the record, It would be nice if I could look at international news and not see my president's name everywhere. Donald Trump can't read the room. The whole world hates this man. I don't think Donald Trump is grasping with the reality that the whole world hates you. You are making everybody's life worse. You're making Americans' lives worse. You're making Canadian lives worse. You're making everybody's life significantly more difficult. You didn't get people the one thing they needed. If you aren't aware, if you're American, your taxes are due right now. Your taxes are due by close of business today. Either get your taxes done or file for your extension. But Donald Trump promised when he was campaigning, I'm going to get you more money. We're going to do Doge. We're going to do Doge checks. We're going to we're going to do tariffs, and you're going to get tariff checks. We're going to restructure the IRS. We're going to slash fraud, slash waste, slash abuse. We're going to do all those things. Just kidding. I'm going to start a war that's going to burn through $2 billion a day. I'm going to start a war, not a military action, not a surgical strike, not a rattle the saber, not a shock and awe, but I'm going to get into a prolonged embedded war and look at the American people and say, you're just fucked. Early spring means the return of warm weather and taxes. The lack of enthusiasm was surprising considering everyone on the picnic blanket received sizable refunds, including 10,000. Right? There's some fucking story here. The couple withhold the maximum taxes from their paycheck, which helps them avoid the risk of owing taxes and leads to a bigger refund. Well, this is stupid. Don't do this. I see a lot of people struggling month to month, and they say, well, I'm struggling and there's just no way that I can make ends meet. And then they talk about these $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 or $6,000 tax returns they get. Well, if you get a $6,000 tax return, right, then that means on average, the government had $500 of your money from January to the following April tax-free. You gave them that money tax-free. So if you have a credit card, due, or you have a car payment, or you have a mortgage, as I've shown on the show too many times, if you have a mortgage, you'd rather owe the government a couple of bucks the following year than be owed. Because if you're owed $6,000 and you're like, okay, when I get the $6,000, I'm going to put that all right on top of my mortgage. You could have taken conceivably 2 to 3 mortgage payments off of the back end of your mortgage over the course of the previous year. I'm sorry, I just cannot do jazz trying to do a politics show. But instead, people are letting the government have that money and then people are weird because I hear them talk about like planning their vacation with their tax return money. But your tax return is enough to take off 1/120th of your mortgage. And that's not a small chunk. And remember, despite what that one idiot on TikTok talks about, that paying extra on your mortgage doesn't help. He's a lender. Lenders want you to pay off the mortgage, but they want you to pay off the mortgage at the rate they establish. That's another thing that we've got to get out of this habit of ignorance when we say, oh, but the baby boomers had it so much easier because they could buy their house with a single paycheck. You're right, they could. But break, they also had 17% interest, and the average baby boomer didn't pay their house off early. Like, for my parents, I remember when I started, because I was at the university full-time for pre-law, but I was taking business classes at the community college for my own self-development. My parents were kind of shocked when they saw me doing my accounting homework, and we had mortgages and we had to do mortgages and accounting, and my parents were just shocked. It's also pretty shocking. The average person they can't conceptualize how making a payment for something that's 30 years from now benefits you today. Well, the truth is it doesn't. But if it benefits you in 6 years or 9 years, that's great. See a lot of people right now talking about, and I'm not against this. As the leader of the Enough is Enough party, I'm not against the idea of the government not being able to tax property once property has been 100% fully paid off. I think it becomes an interesting talking point. Is there something to be said about, should everybody have to keep contributing to the schools once they've paid X amount of money? Jimmy Carr, I'm gonna play this video clip. This is a really great video clip from a comedian, and I'm really disenfranchised how a comedian can get it. Why is it a comedian can get it?
What if we didn't tax anyone in their 20s? What if we just said, under 30, no tax?
It's a great idea.
So, and you would say in that, you would go, you're incentivizing people not to go to university and to get jobs, okay? Which some people might view as negative. But university is a luxury item. And luxury items don't work if everyone has them. And 50% of people going to university doesn't strike me as equitable. It strikes me that university should be their elite. It's tertiary education. It should be for the elites. It should also be free. If you're studying something that grows corn, that adds to our society, which is, let's call it STEM, right? If I was put me in charge tomorrow, I go, right, go to university, study STEM, and it's free. That would strike me as a very positive thing. You're dealing in the younger generation. You're going, okay, well, look, you guys are academic. You guys are going to go and do something else, but you're going to earn money and you're going to keep that money. Keep all of it till you're 30. I think maybe tax between 30 and 60. And then we have to stop doing fantasy politics where we go, yeah, we're going to pay everyone's pension forever. We haven't got enough young people to pay for the pensions forever. So maybe over 60, you go, okay, again, no tax, just do your thing. It would strike me as kind of an interesting way to cut it up.
It's a great way to cut it up. Jimmy Carr is a comedian, but he comes up with an idea of, he fixes three major problems. Number one, I hate the fact that, not for me, because I'm in that comfortable, I am the middle class. I'm in that comfortable zone. The really beneficial and lucrative tax deals, they don't apply to me. But I'm not like the people, like my friends who are struggling to put food on their table, pay off rent, get out of debt. I think there's something to be said about, you get to 60 and you know you have 7.5 years of working to go in America. Let that sink in for a second. Yeah, because 70 to 71 is a year. You're 60 or 60 to 67. You're 60 years old today. and you know that because you screwed up, you have to work until you're 67. 66, 11 months, 29 days, 30 days, in a minute. If you retire early, you lose 30%. You lose 30% if you retire early. That's insane, considering the fact that most people's Social Security isn't enough to live on. And I understand the argument. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna debate. I agree. Social Security should be a social safety net. You shouldn't be trying to live your entire retirement on disability. But there's a lot of people who don't know that. There's a lot of people who don't get it. If you wait until 70 to draw your Social Security, they bump you up by 8% total. If you wait 3 years, your payment is paid out at 8 years, or 8% more per year. But let's be honest, a lot of people are gonna die before they take it. That's why they offer more money, which is fine. But we've got grandma and grandpa working at McDonald's during the day, and when you talk to them, they say, oh, well, the market took a downspin, or the company that was paying my pension isn't paying my pension, or all these different things. You got like 65, 70, 72-year-old grandpeople working at McDonald's. Now, again, if they're at McDonald's because they want to make money, help their kids or their grandkids, they just want something to do. Some people are I think, Irish at heart. They're going to work till they die. I know this is going to be a politics stream, but something interesting came out. DM'd it to you in Discord. You think I'll find it interesting? Okay, I'll take a quick gander. Yeah, I saw Steven Sharif's official statement. Let me say it like this. Steven is desperately Steven is desperately grasping at straws, right? He is I see what his goal is, but tomorrow I'm gonna go through a walkthrough of some stuff tomorrow on Ashes. But to be completely honest, today I just want kind of a break from Ashes because I've spent the last 5 days. But thank you for that. That makes my life a lot easier. But shout out to the person in the Discord. If we had just waited a couple hours, Steven put all that stuff out. DoorDash grandma working to pay her husband's cancer bills. You know, this is a hard one for me to say. Well, my mom got cancer. My mom's cancer obliterated the savings because my mom reached the cap for a lot of categories, pain medication being one of them. You should not have to die in pain in America. We have the ability. We have the ability to make people die with dignity. allow people to die with dignity. My wife and I have talked. If either one of us gets crippling, a crippling, disabling thing, yeah, amen. If either one of us get a life-ending condition, the moment we see that it's going to start impacting the family finances, once we know we're terminal. Well, unfortunately, if I'm terminal, I can't divorce my spouse because she would lose her lifetime insurance and benefits and stuff. But if she's terminal, we're just going to get divorced. And then she'll just take out a bunch of credit cards and pay for her treatment that way, and fuck it. She has nothing. She has no assets. She has no, we have joint assets, but if we divorce, she'll just not contest me taking them. This country has lost. What I'm going to say is this country lost its humanity. We don't treat each other like humans anymore. People are celebrating and clapping and applauding that guy who set the warehouse fire. You caused $650 million worth of damage. You cost 60 people their jobs. Not to mention the people who do deliveries out of that warehouse. Not to mention all of the other impact. Not to mention you put firefighters at risk. All because you wanted to whine and complain that you didn't make enough money. But you were making between $23 and $26 an hour. Yeah, if we start doing that, where does it stop? And that's what people aren't understanding. As you guys have heard me say, when I was an undergraduate in poli-sci, I wrote a paper that said America will have another civil war by the year 2050. Because we will continue to, and this, remember, this was in the 90s. Holy fuck, I'm old. It was bad in the 90s with the wealth gap disparity. Now we got people that they have no support to trying to move up the ladder. They can, but bootstrapping is more and more difficult. Pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps is rough. I did it twice. It's a hard climb. It's like I said over the weekend, to write an article took me 5 days of research, 17 straight hours of rebuilding a ledger. Which I've come to find out I'm rebuilding a ledger that was supervised by a guy that doesn't even have a bachelor's degree in accounting. Now, that's what was reported to me. I don't know if he does, I don't know if he doesn't, but where I'm disgruntled with society is you're saying that burning down the warehouse wasn't violent. We have completely editorialized and shaped our views. I understand the sentiment behind having a civil war because you're upset with the rich. But the problem becomes the rich can afford to buy their own armies. The rich can afford to buy 50 or 60 or 70 bodyguards. And then those bodyguards have a vested interest in making sure their employer stays alive. And where we're running into a problem is it is an us versus them mentality. But where we have a problem is it's us, them, and what the rich are doing is getting some of us to fight the rest of us. And we need to get past that. We need to put down the fucking racism. We need to put down the sexism. We need to put down all that shit, and we need to turn every movement, every debate needs to be considered a class war. A class war. Poverty versus endowment. What do I consider to be rich? I consider rich being if you have to make no changes to your current lifestyle, good or bad. Does the amount of money that you have today let you not worry for 3 years? Could you take just the money you have in the bank, not shedding assets, not liquidating, the money you have in the bank right now today? Could you cover all your bills for 36 months with cash on hand? And if the answer is yes, I consider that rich. I consider, as we go up the food chain, you have rich, you have ultra rich, you have wealthy, you have stupidly wealthy, you have billionaires, and then you have the top 100 billionaires. And I get what people are saying all the time because they're catchy 10-word phrases. Yeah, if your money is not in the bank and it's in stocks, then you're not rich because the market could crash in the next 5 minutes and you don't have liquidity. I'm not saying that you're bad. You can still make you middle class because you have assets. But rich is a level where, like John Goodman's thing, you get up $2.5 million, any asshole knows what to do. You get yourself a house with a 30-year roof, a cheap Japanese shitbox economy car, and the rest you put into the bank. That's your fuck you money. That's your fortress of solitude. When the whole system could go to shit, and we're going to assume banks don't, because if banks go, this whole experiment's over. We need to teach people financial literacy. If we teach people some financial literacy, they would understand that you can't tax people on unrealized gains because they don't have them, and taxing the wealthy on their stocks that have unrealized gains is going to hurt the market, which is going to hurt everybody. Instead, you tax the rich when they leverage their unrealized gains as collateral. Or you tell banks and lending institutions, you may not take unrealized gains as collateral if you're FDIC insured. And a lot of people aren't going to want to bank with a non-FDIC insured bank. Remember, the rich people don't have hard currency. They have potential wealth. I saw somebody mention that people today think violence is only interpersonal. The problem with people is they're used to hearing parts of the quote. And people have changed these really good quotes to fit a morality narrative. The phrase isn't violence isn't the answer. And people got to get out of this fucking bullshit, liberal, hippie, left-wing nonsense. And by the way, if you're a hippie, liberal, left-winger, I'll don't worry, hang out long enough. I'll bash the conservatives too. But the answer is, violence isn't the answer until it's the only answer. Or there's a slight variation. Violence is not the answer, but sometimes it is the solution. And these are important because violence is the answer. Violence is never the answer. Oh, violence is never the answer. So somebody breaks into my house and wants to sexually assault my wife or sexually assaults my daughter, and I'm supposed to just let them. And people say, no, you call the police. The police are just lawful violence. The police are just lawful use of force. So you want me to let this act go on while I wait for the police to do what I'm perfectly capable of doing myself? No thanks. Yeah. I don't, when I call 911, if you've broken into my house, I would much rather just say to the 911 dispatcher, 1079 this to the 1079 this and just send a routine patrolman. No hurry. The dispatcher's gonna say, did you just say 1079 this? Yeah. Just notify the coroner. I don't want a 1052. I don't want you to roll me a bus. I don't want an ambulance. None of that shit. None of that shit. Roll me the coroner. Get him out of bed. Get him in his little van. You were 8 when you learned firearm safety. You know, I don't want to make gun ownership a big part of my stomping points. I'm going to throw out my stomping points here. I'm the yellow column. Gun rights. The conservatives they want gun ownership. The liberals want strict gun control. I want to keep guns out of the hands of the people who shouldn't have them. Convicted felons, while they're on parole, convicted felons for gun violent related crimes, you've sacrificed your right to have a firearm. People with mental disorders who aren't actively in treatment, not because I want to take away their constitutional right, but because I don't want them discharging a firearm into their head. But what if they want to kill themselves? If you know, and you've ever asked me, I support legalizing end of life for whatever reason. I support legalizing end of life at any age. Your 18th fucking birthday, you want to die? Great. You can enter a program. The government just comes along, takes all your assets, puts them in storage for you. You go into a 6-month program, paid for by the government. At the end of the 6-month program, if you still want to end your life, we end your life for you. All we ask you is that in payment of the 6 months that we tried to get you healthy, we want your organs. And you know that going in at the very beginning. If people can't get to a place of stability after 6 months of intensive inpatient treatment, they want to end their life, let them end their life. They're not a danger to, they're a danger to themselves. If they're a danger to themselves, they're potentially a danger to others. Why do I want somebody to have to live through 60 years of pain? Life is pain. If they want to end their life, 6 months of inpatient treatment, mandatory, 6 months and 1 day. Okay, decision day. Are you staying in treatment, or do we ring the bell and walk you to the little pod? Peacefully put you out of your misery without affecting your organs, collect your organs, and now all of your salvageable organs, all of your blood, all of your everything is going to be used to save other lives. So I think that's a good deal. I think that sounds great. Don't put a bullet in your head. I also think this more and more. I agree. It would shorten the time if you're terminally or however. Well, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for clarifying. If a person is terminally ill, I'm not going to make them go through 6 months of treatment before they can have a legalized end of life ceremony. You got stage 4 cancer. Well, shit. We're just going to give you a day or two process what's about to happen. We're going to just hook you up to the Jason Statham infusion pump from Crank. Going to give you a nice little mix of morphine and oxycodone and like a nice little cocktail just to keep you comfortable, high as shit for 2 days. And then that's it. You have stage 4 cancer. I get it. And I am never going to knock you. If you have stage 4 cancer and you want to fight and claw, you want to live every day, you want to see every sunrise, you want to do that, great. I'll support you. If you have a terminal illness and you want to end your life, great. I support you. And this isn't some people when I've made this comment, they've said, I can't believe you hold these views. The problem is I respect the sanctity of life, but I also respect the sanctity of free will. We have a really close set of family friends. My daughters and their daughters affectionately refer to each other as sisters. They were raised very close. And the other family, the youngest daughter, got leukemia. Within a couple of months, the kid's whole life sucked. battling leukemia, radiation, you know, chemotherapy, bone marrow transplants, fucking everything. Got leukemia, went into remission, came back, went into remission. The second time the kid needed to get a pacemaker, kid's less than 20 years old, has to get a pacemaker, and then the kid got sick again. And the kid just said to her parents, I give up. I'm 20 years old. I've been irradiated, right? I've been fried on the inside and the outside. I'm not going to beat this. So she became DNR. The mom was hysterical. How could you be doing this to us? And I just wanted to say, how could you do that to your daughter? From your experience with the dad's fight with cancer was prolonged for us, not him. He was ready several months before he passed to move on, but stuck around for the family. When he went to hospice, it was exactly what you said. Some good drugs and let him slip away within a day. Yeah. And, you know, I told you guys, that's why this year specifically, I'm going to Disney with my family, and I'm seeing family, and I'm closing up some affairs. Don't know what's going on with my health, but I have reached a point now. I am tired of being in pain. I'm tired of going for blood draws, and I'm tired of them not having any answers. It's like, guys, get better fucking answers, because I'm just getting frustrated with this. I'd like to live about 6 more years, see my kid into college, make sure all the affairs and the finances are done, and say, fuck it, man, I'm done. I'm done stabbing myself every other week. I'm done getting blood. I'm fucking done with it. I think if we had a society that more people just said, oh, fuck, I'm done with it, maybe our doctors would move their asses along a little better. Maybe if we actually did what Jimmy Carr said, and maybe we change our society back so not everybody needs to go to not everybody needs to go to 7 years of school to be a lawyer if they want to be a lawyer. Do you really need to have an undergraduate degree in the law? And I'll tell you right now, no, you do not. You do not need to have an undergraduate degree in anything to go to law school. Can you read? Yes. Can you write? Yes. You need to know how to write papers, 1 class. You need to know how to do proper citation, 1 class. You need an introduction to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, 2 classes. That's 4 classes. I could probably, if I stretched it, come up with 10 classes you need to know before you go to law school. Do you need to know poetry? No. Do you need to know American literature? No. Gender studies? No. Humanities? No. Psychology maybe would help a little bit. Maybe Psych 101 might help. Psych 101 in your first semester of law school, and criminal psychology in number 2. Maybe those would help. I think, to reference back to the Ashes of Creation lawsuit again, the judge admonished Stephen Sharif's attorneys and literally said, the information you may not be getting is all accurate, referencing specifically the plaintiff. That's a big smack. That lawyer now has to make Stephen prove everything, which we saw in the filing yesterday. But I don't think you need to go to a 4-year undergraduate to then go to 3 years of law school. I don't think that's necessary. I think we've made entering the legal field too complicated. So, and then lawyers keep it complicated to keep the club exclusive. Being a doctor, the same thing. You probably need biology 101, med school. You probably need bio 101, anatomy and physiology, medical ethics, right? Second semester, you probably need organic chemistry, right? And then, what the hell are we having you take U.S. history for? Just wait until judges get replaced by AI. You know, well, no, specialized medical chemistry, if they were going to go and be that type of doctor, you would do that in med school. Most doctors, to be honest with you, after they've been a GP for a long time, I've seen doctors have to stop and they'll be going through like CBC or your blood panel, and they'll be going through and they'll be like, it's always great to see a doctor going down the list because you got all these fucking tests. You get to the bottom ones and you're like, these are never off. Then you get to one that's off. Even my doctor was like, what the shit? My doctor was like, what the? Oh, yeah, that doesn't matter. It's off though. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. This result being off would only matter if you were in your teenage or early 20 years. You're 40. This number doesn't matter. Like, well, my body is certainly making whatever the shit you tested. He's like, no, it doesn't matter. But judges being replaced by AI. Here's what scares me. Write a document and then throw it into ChatGPT. And then tell give ChatGPT. Well, hold on. I know it would take too long to set up. Give ChatGPT an article that you wrote and make it really slanderous. Like, make it horribly slanderous. Just make shit up about a celebrity. And then throw it into ChatGPT and say to ChatGPT, help me write this article so it isn't defaming their character. It's not going to open me up to libel or slander. And it'll rewrite the article. And then reopen ChatGPT and give it the same thing it just rewrote, and it'll have a bunch of other corrections. And then you take that and you give it to Grok or Claude, and it'll be like, here's a bunch of corrections. And the more you do it, pretty soon the writing isn't saying anything. It's just become a series of disclaimers. We've just seen another lawyer get disbarred because they had ChatGPT references in their legal brief. 12 of them. 12 of their 12 of their case law citations were made up, were fictional. ChatGPT just made them up. So I'm really worried about judges being replaced by AI, because, and I think Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, if you've never watched this old TV show, it's amazing. It's got Summer Glau, Brian Austin Green, and Lana Headey in it. It's a great show. I'm sad they only did a season and a half. But when they're training the AI, they're training a new Terminator. They're having to go through the process of teaching it. Well, here's the conundrum. You have an AI, and it only works on logic because it doesn't have feelings. But then you try to teach it morals and morality, right? And then you try to teach the AI these things. Well, you've given it a bias. The bias you've given it, yeah, Isaac Asimov, you can't have an AI judge because of this point. The problem is the judge can't develop morality. The judge can only be given rules and exceptions to rules. Murder is illegal. What if the guy's raping my wife? Murder is still illegal. If you tell the AI murder is illegal, period, there are no exceptions, period, you could make an argument all day long that I was in my home, castle doctrine, stand my ground, my wife was being raped, defense of another, and I accidentally killed him. And the AI will be like, well, then you're guilty. Well, it wasn't murder, it wasn't premeditated. And the AI is going to say, well, I've been taught that murder is wrong and what you did. And you're going to say, well, what should I have done? You should have waited for the authorities. It's not a very good fucking answer, because I'm not waiting for the authorities. I'm not waiting for the authorities. I can't imagine AI trying to understand what reasonable is. Right. What reasonable is. Why? Because it doesn't have it. I will say there is a difference we should make. AI like Data from Star Trek, or AI like Grok. Actually, Delaran, let's go back to Star Trek for a second. I think there's a really big exception we need to think about. AI like data or AI like lore. Because they're both artificial intelligence. And lore was an evil little bastard from creation. I think where people's misconception is that number one, we're not dealing with AI yet. Which is why I'm glad to see more and more saying what we have. Yeah, Knight Rider, kit versus car. Exactly. What we have is not artificial intelligence. We have language learning models that are simulating intelligence. They give the appearance of intelligence. Yeah, we're dealing with language models right now. They're very good research assistants. They're very good mental chess partners. Not the game chess, but mental chess. Did I like the iRobot movie? I did like iRobot. I liked iRobot. I liked the premise and the idea of giving a computer the three laws. But you see how giving Vicky the three laws, she was still able to rationalize how to get around her controls. There's another movie, I forgot. It's on Netflix, and it's two guys. They're both African American males. Not that that's relevant to the story, but when I say it that way, maybe one of you will think of the movie I'm thinking of. One was a drone pilot who got some people killed, and one's a robot. And the robot specifically requests this drone pilot who got somebody killed as a partner because he needed to get around a programming wall that outside the wire. Thank you. That's it. And then the other one with Shia LaBeouf and the AI that's trying to execute Operation Guillotine. That's another example of AI. And yes, I understand that these are AI that look like the enemy, but these are very logical guidelines. Like I told Karthos the other day, I'm traveling with my daughter, and as a precaution, my daughter is I'll be traveling with my daughter, my wife, and my other daughter. My daughter is overwhelmed. Well, when she gets overwhelmed, I want to make sure that she doesn't have access to a lethal dose of medication. So I was just going through my my medication, and I wanted to know what the lethal dose of all my meds were. That's not something ChatGPT is going to tell you. It'll say, I can't give you that information. And it can't give you that information because it understands what you're trying to look up. And it thinks you're trying to look up what the dose that you should take to end your own life. But if you give ChatGPT a really long prompt with an instruction to give you like a 5,000 word response, and then you say the lethal dose is this because you looked it up on Google, if you feed it back to the language model and tell it you want a 5,000 word result, it will start giving you a bunch of important information, and it won't censor it back out until it's spit out the whole essay. And then it'll say, this answer may have violated our ethical guidelines. Well, what the fuck does it matter? I copy and pasted it. There is this VTuber AI that was trying to convince its creator it was sentient. I'd have to see that. That's kind of funny. But that is actually quite funny. As I roll back to some stuff that happened this weekend. I would like to say, number one, check please. Check please. I would like to get off of the ride. I would like to be done with America. First of all, if our president doesn't understand that the creator of this was trying to make him look like Jesus, then I don't know what the hell to say. Then my president is dumber than I thought. Then my president is just stupid. I don't need you looking like Jesus up in my, like, you be the president. You be the president of my country. You be my Caesar. Jesus said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, render unto God that which is God's. Dude, I don't need you to be my political and spiritual guidance. I have a pope for that. But because Donald Trump got into a spat with the pope, American Catholics are getting on the bandwagon to condemn the Pope. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pope does not give a shit if you condemn him. Did you see the one where they turned him into a nurse with giant knockers? No, Carthos, you know what I've been doing for the last 5 days, not sleeping and writing that masterpiece.
What if we didn't tax anyone in?
And then this is JD Vance and his opinions on the Pope.
I think it's very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been, again, hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first. But I think one of the issues here is that if you're going to opine on matters of theology, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure it's anchored in the truth. And that's one of the things that I try to do. And it's certainly something I would expect.
Did this motherfucker, hold on a second. Did this motherfucker just tell the Pope how to do the Pope's job?
From the clergy, whether they're Catholic or Protestant.
Did you just tell the fucking Vicar of Christ, God's walking spokesperson, what the role of speaking on matters of theology are? Did you really? Because that's what's wrong with... Yeah, JD Vance knows theology better than the fucking Pope. I hope to God, I would love to see this. I would love, even though the Pope is completely fluent in English, I would love if when the Pope meets with America's leadership, he only does so at the Holy See, never comes to America. I hope this Pope does not come to America while Trump and Vance are in charge. And then I hope if he meets with them in the Holy See, he only speaks foreign languages to them and will not communicate with them in English. Just to literally bitch slap them to say, well, I speak 2 languages, and as the head of state of the Vatican, I choose which language I communicate with you in. How the hell are you going to tell the Pope what his job is? How are you going to tell the fucking Pope how to communicate? And probably 3. He almost assuredly speaks Latin. He almost assuredly does. Oh my God. Yeah, if we're gonna make Donald Trump a healthcare worker. There we go. Now he's a healthcare worker. I did not see the part where JD Vance, his cutting funding to Ukraine was one of his greatest achievements. Again, I said it a couple of weeks ago and I lost a bunch of viewers at the moment I said it, but I'll say it again. I think the rest of the world needs to just turn their back on Donald Trump and America until the next president is elected. And if the next president isn't a non-twat waffle, then they just ignore that president too. This shit has gone on long enough. I could have done without seeing that. Yeah, that's nightmare fuel. Y'all are stuck with that one now. But this is This is our problem. It's going to be the same problem that we have until a better class of leadership comes in. But we don't deserve a better class of leadership. We don't deserve a better class of leadership. And why would I say that? I would say that because if our country is going to have half of our country, well, a little under half of our country is going to rally behind a man like Donald Trump. What does that say about the people? If I ran for president, I would literally resign if I failed on my campaign promises. I would be FDR. I would be on Twitch. I would have a Twitch setup in the office that's next to the Oval Office. I'd be doing addresses to America left, right, and center. They could record them. They could put them on. They could put them in the National Archives. No problem. Ladies and gentlemen, I had 100 campaign promises. I made you 100 promises. I told you each day of the first 100 days of my presidency, I'd be working on things. Today, I was supposed to be working on... Shit, I don't know. Stabilizing Ukraine. I met with this person at this time. This is the outcome. I met with this person at this time. This was the outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to fund Ukraine. I want to support the European theater. I want there to be peace in the world. These are the individuals. I can't do anything, so this is where I need to have America help me. I need these people's constituencies to reach out to them and say, explain to us why you don't support the president. I would go to Congress and I'd say, I want to cut off all support for Israel. And I'm letting you know that if there's any support, if there's anything that I can do, if there's anything I can do or to interfere with Israel getting military support or financial support, I'm going to do it. Because I saw an article. See if I still have it pulled up. Oh, the article said something along these lines. If children were killed in Israel from a Lebanese strike, we would be treating it as the next 9/11. And that hit a different kind of way. It is bad that the world is allowing Israel to bomb Lebanon. Israel has turned the Middle East into a regional war that is now a world war. Israel is attacking Gaza, Lebanon. They've bombed targets all around the Middle East. They're at war with Iran. So, ignore that Void Pet Dungeon thing for right now. That's the next sponsorship to raise money. I'll be covering that probably on Saturday to get the 2-hour time I need to do. Syria, right. Syria, Libya, nobody has the right to bomb another sovereign country. And as long as we have Americans continuing to say, well, America doesn't have the right to bomb a sovereign country. And the more and more we keep repeating the same bullshit, then if America wants to bomb the shit out of other sovereign countries, America should leave NATO and should leave the United Nations. I don't know why we're even in the United Nations. It's not like we follow it's not like we follow anything the United Nations has to say about any topic anyway. We bomb who we want, we do what we want. We've cut off the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know why. I'm not quite sure who that's helping. Iran has a blockade, so we have a blockade. We're not allowed to have a blockade. I'm very much at a loss for what's happening. Let me download some of these. I didn't get all of. I realized that my phone said fuck off and did not download. I asked the phone to download stuff and it said no. It said go fuck yourself. We are supposed to believe the US blockade cripples Iran's economy. The only thing that the US blockade does is attempt to hurt China. And it comes out of this it comes out of this bullshit mentality. This one. This is what our leadership is saying.
The world cannot take a China with $1 trillion trade surplus. This slow motion buildup of global imbalances after a lack of sustainable growth is the biggest risk.
What? The world cannot take a China with $1 trillion trade surplus. Why? Why? This is the result, and I know people don't like me when I say it, but this is a result of bad labor practices, lack of universal basic income, lack of universal health care. You want your product cheap. You want your product cheap. But then you want to make a good wage. Okay, so sales minus costs equals profit. You want the sale price on items to be low, but you want your wage to be high. You want the sales price to be low, but I guess what that really is about is you want the sales cost of the item that you produce to be high, but because you want to make more money. Well, there has to be profit involved, or billionaires aren't going to get involved in getting into that industry because there's no profit. Why aren't there a lot of strip clubs in Utah? Because the government isn't receptive. The state government isn't receptive to that particular type of behavior. So you've got regulatory nonsense, government overreach, but the truth is there's not enough profit. China bad because making so much money. Who let U.S. business and move manufacturing to China? Exactly. Yeah, it's the Strait of Hormuz blockade is viewed as economic terrorism, but the Cuban blockade is business as usual. Right. It's because America is self-centered. America thinks it's the center of the world. No strip clubs, but a lot of religious cults. Right, exactly. Nixon is the one to blame for China being what it is now. Why? Nixon isn't the one who decided to take us off the hard currency standard and move to a fiat currency. He was part of it, but we had started that transition 45 years prior. I do agree you're right there. Nixon was president when he finalized the transfer of taking us off of a hard currency. But a hard currency throttles economic growth. But that's good. It's good for the system. It's good for the dungeon master who's controlling the world. It's bad for the players in the world. You don't want to be on a hard currency. You want to be on a fiat currency until you're rich, until you're established. One of the things people say is, well, the baby boomers had it easier. Well, they did, because the economy was smaller. As I've talked about too many times, what the modern generation doesn't get is that for the baby boomers, needs were cheap and wants were expensive. But now, because we've turned everything on its head, for the modern generation, needs are expensive, but wants are cheap. For those of you that were a Generation X kid, hey, Mom, Dad, can I get a pair of Nikes? No. Why? Because your feet are still growing. We'll take you to Payless, and we'll buy you a $9.99 pair of tennis shoes at the start of every school year. And that $9.99 pair of tennis shoes better last you until the next school year. But we were out and about. Like, in Generation X, you might ask for a new pair of shoes for Christmas. And then you might get a low Nike high top for Christmas if you were lucky. You might. I think we're, and I'm going to tell a story about a person, and it's not a dig on them. It's a fucked up mentality. And then I'll tie it in with the food stamps thing. I have a friend who's financially insolvent. Her personal life is insolvency. She's got too many loans, too much debt. She'll never be able to buy a house. She's a year younger than me. She does not have the skill set to get a six-figure job, and without a six-figure job, she will never get out of the debt that she's had to accumulate to have kids. Now, she can't declare bankruptcy because the way her debt is structured, she can't shed it all the way she needs to. And since she doesn't already have a house to protect, all a bankruptcy does is pretty much block her from getting a mortgage for another 7 years. Because banks have every right to not extend you a accommodating line of credit if you have bankruptcy. They have to offer you, unless you're just completely a non-starter, they have to offer you some sort of mortgage. But it's usually a mandatory deposit, a mandatory down payment, PMI, right? High processing, high everything. They're setting you up to fail. I think even Besant knows the extent of his bullshit. He just got the job doing these mental gymnastics of translating 24/7 Trump's irrational shit into why this is good for the US. You know, it's funny because I think you're absolutely right. My personal belief now is a lot of the people that work for Donald Trump, even though you would like to question, how could anybody be enthralled to that pig of a man? I think a lot of the people that are working for Donald Trump took these jobs because what they're trying to do is put guardrails on the country. They're trying to put up baby gates. They're trying to make it seem like everybody supports the president. But in reality, I wonder how many of them are being at least decent civil servants and stopping the president from completely fucking up everything. I don't know. I don't know. But you've got a person who's completely insolvent in their personal life. But then she tells me she wants to make sure that her kids have a good Christmas. And she and I had a falling out because of it, because I said, what the fuck do you mean you want to make sure your kids have a good Christmas? Like what the fuck do you mean? What your kids need is not a good Christmas. What your kids need is your kids need to not move for yet another time. Your kids need to know that they've got stability. Your kids need to know that they're not going to be taken out of school again and have to do homeschooling because you live in a crime-infested neighborhood and you don't have a car. Right? You have the wrong fucking priorities. If your kids, I'm not saying your kids don't get a gift, but if the best your kids can get is a slightly better than the bullshit meal you normally have, and they get one or two small presents each, you fucking remembered your kids. And when your kids say, well, the other kids got all these gifts, you just say, and I wish I could do that for you, but I want to make sure that you're housed, fed, clothed, and educated. And at the same time, she got mad at me several times for saying to her, well, you had too many fucking kids. I wanted more kids. I waited until later in life to have the next kid. I wanted more kids. There's a gap of 7 years between Meliumkin and Gizmo. Maybe one more. Possibly two more. But I wanted them in rapid succession after Gizmo because I wanted to, I wanted Gizmo because there's 11 years between Gizmo and the stripper. And these are all code names for my kids, so I don't accidentally use their real names. Oh, how many kids for her? She has 5 kids total. One's an adult child, and then 4 teens and preteens. And that's rough for a single mom. But she's not single. She just has a deadbeat husband. She just has a husband that doesn't No, the father's not. The father's in the picture when the father wants to be in the picture. And this is where you get this is where women, and I could talk about this forever. The husband didn't even live with the family for like 18 months. He lived somewhere else. Then he lost his job at the somewhere else, but he was sending money occasionally, but it's not like 50% of his paycheck was showing up in her bank account. So he moved back in with his family. He's just a toxic piece of shit. The other day, my friend messaged me and said, can you help me? No, I can't. I already have too much money out to you. I've already broken my rule by almost double. She went looking for change in her husband's bag, and she found condoms. She should punt his ass to the curb, but there's nothing she can do because although his help is infrequent, she can't make it ends meet without the help that he occasionally gives. Another fucked up part, my godson's mom has been in court now for 4 years trying to get child support. 4 years. She has not gotten a dime. Even though there's been a court order on the books for 48 months that all he's supposed to be paying right now is the child support on a minimum wage job. His income was factored at minimum wage. It's only supposed to be about $200 a month in child support. But to think of it this way, what I say, $200 a month. It's, yeah, he owes just under 10,000. It doesn't seem like a lot, but $10,000 in back child support all showing up at one time solves some problems. It should not take 4 years. It should not take 4 years to get child support. We need more judges. In family court, we need more judges. We need more we need more penalties for non-compliance. When you have a husband who is magically always sick on the day of court, great. They do garnish wages. First of all, you have to have a final order to get an order for garnishment. If you don't have the final order yet, if you're in the process of appeals, then you can just keep delaying. She will never see it. Oh no, she'll see it. You know why, T-Elf? Because that's my godson's mom. And I'm so pissed off that I'll fund a Pitbull attorney, but I won't bring a Pitbull attorney in for the mom. I'll bring a Pitbull attorney in, guardian ad litem, for my godson. And that way, I'll just, if they're gonna keep pissing around with this kid's life, I'll just enter him in his own attorney. And if I'm paying for it, they can both fuck a duck, and they can't say shit to me, and they can't talk to the attorney because the attorney works for my godson. I can't even talk to the attorney at that point. I'm paying the bills, but I can't talk to you. You're just paying the bill, but you're not my client. Oh yeah, I know what the experience is. I also don't get caught up in that not payment bullshit. I am very, very, very. Wait. What? So my Bandcamp just got deleted. I'm telling you, sometimes. Yep, my Bandcamp just got deleted. Yep, straight account deletion. Just straight get fucked. They said that some of my music is violating their terms of service, but they didn't tell me which songs. And I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I ain't even gonna deal with you. I am not even gonna deal with that shit. So all I'm gonna do is, while we're here, while we're live, so yeah, the PGN music. So I need to fix all of that. Yeah, PGN Music's Bandcamp is deleted. Sometimes being a small business owner is so amazing. So fucking amazing. Oh, Steven Sharif is clearly pissed off at me. Without a doubt, Steven is pissed off at me. No, I don't know, but I tried to log in to see if there was like details, and they just yeeted the whole fucking account. And if honestly, if that's going to be how they do things, yeah, I'm still on YouTube Music. Everywhere else is okay. But if they're gonna just delete all of my shit and not tell me why, then I'm not even going to attempt to work with them on that, because that's just fucking ridiculous. Like, you're just gonna be like, yeet, get fucked. So, but now the painful process begins of, and I'll do this while I'm live. The painful process begins of going everywhere and removing fucking Bandcamp from everywhere. It's like, holy fuck. Yeah, no warning or nothing, just fucking yeeted. Right? But let's talk about that for a second. You obviously we made money together, right? We made money. I don't know what your fucking problem is. Yeah, it's fucking disrespectful, and that's the big fuck off for me. If you're going to just yeet the shit right off of your platform, then get fucked. It'll take me a bit, but I'll get my shit off of, I'll get all my shit off of your brand or off of your website. That's fine. Like, I'm not gonna deal with that level of bullshit. It's cool. So, let's see.
The world cannot take.
The world doesn't care about a China with a $1 trillion trade deficit. Let's see. This woman had a interesting point. Let me bring this one up.
I had to cancel an appointment with a therapist because they required me to sign consent for them to use AI in my therapy practice.
Yeah, they had to consent for you to use AI in the therapy practice. That would be because a lot of, number one, the billing programs now have AI in them. And so they need your permission. They can't, like, everybody is getting so particular about every level of authorization that yes, they're going to need, they are going to need your permission to do that. It's not that they want to. It's not that they want to do that. It's that if they don't, they will get in trouble. they will find themselves in a boat where you come back and sue them to say, I didn't give you permission. I just read on Reddit, if the releases you have on your website were on your Bandcamp, then it probably, yeah, that's all they said. Your music violates our terms of service. Okay. You want to tell me, like, I could understand if something they have on there, if something I have up there violates their terms of service. Cool. Tell me which ones that are up there violate your terms of service and give me a chance to delete them. Like, if you don't want particular stuff, but one of the things that came up with music production was the use of AI. A lot of things are getting flagged that are done by professional artists because professional composing artists oftentimes use stock stems. Also, I don't know if you guys remember this, early on when I started producing jazz music, I was getting copyright claimed like every fucking day. And when I would look into the copyright claim, I would get shit like, oh, well, this song closely resembles our song. And I would say, but that's not your song. I said, that is a simple melody out of the jazz standards book. Like, you can't, just because you used that doesn't mean it's yours. Like, jazz, all the jazz standards have been accumulated, right? And put into a book. There are no more combinations of notes. And after the Katy Perry Dark Horse law ruling, where they said something like 6 notes used in consecutive order is enough to be a copyright violation, well then Sheehan did that thing where he played the same 4 chords and played like 30 common pop songs. Like, how can you how can you do that? It's also weird because it's like I suddenly now have a violation, but I've had my music there for how long? And the funny part is, I've had the music there for how long, and I haven't uploaded any new music in 6 months because there was just no money in the production value. Anyway, this woman, or whoever this is, they had to cancel an appointment because their therapist wants to have the use of AI in their treatment. I would agree with you. I would be upset if your therapist was attempting to use ChatGPT in your session. I would get upset, honestly. I would get upset at that. I would get upset if, say, for example, how shall we say, you're sitting there talking to your therapist, and your therapist keeps typing into a computer and then giving feedback based on whatever the laptop is saying. But also, some therapists record their sessions. Like, why? I think it's one thing to like be this gung-ho about your, how shall we say, your therapy plan, your treatment plan. I think that's a good thing, to be in that much control of it. But I think you also have to maybe like slow down. You know what I'm saying? Before you blow your shit up all over the place and just cancel an appointment. Ask what they're using it for. Some dude already lost the practice license because he used voice input during appointments with ChatGPT and never disclosed it. Right. In that case, you have every right to say, you know what, I'm not okay with that. But we're at this knee-jerk reaction all the time where people are just canceling and then going right to TikTok, but they don't have, like, it's great that you have the first 10 words. What are the 10 after that? What are the 10 words that, why? Why are they using AI? And again, I told you the story about one of my guys came to tell in the military. The guy went to a doctor's appointment. The guy came back and he's like, hey, LT. I said, what's up? He said, you're not going to believe this shit. And I said, what's going on? He said, I went to my medical appointment and while I was in the room, the doctor pulled up ChatGPT or MedMD, WebMD. And I said, there's no way that you were in your doctor's appointment. And he pulled up WebMD. And he was like, no, boss, seriously. And I was like, okay, let me talk to the chief of medical services, because he was a friend of mine. Let me ask him what's going on. I told the chief of medical services, just in passing, I said, hey, just to let you know, one of my guys came by and told me that your new doc is in the room and he's opening up WebMD with his patients. And he's like, there's no way he's doing that. And I'm like, well, that's what was reported, so I have to be a good officer and I have to roll this back to you. That's what was reported to me. And so he looked into it and he came back and he's like, oh, that's not the new doctor. That's the new physician's assistant. And I said, cool, but that doesn't make it any better, right? He's like, no, we've talked to him about that. I went in for an appointment about a month later. Sure as shit, I can see him on WebMD. And I'm like, hey, go get a real doctor then. We've got doctors doing it. We've got nurses doing it. We've got paralegals doing it. We have got to get some guardrails on who can do what. Who can do what? We need to, I don't know, put guardrails on the whole system now. You've got more and more, teachers that are having to put in white font, and include the word banana in your report. And so all they're doing then is doing Control F, searching for banana, and then they're failing people for using AI. I've had people come back to me and say, your writing flags at 40 to 50% AI. Could that have anything to do with the fact that I'm educated and I like to have writing that looks up, or I like to look up ways to write things properly? I go back and I edit. Is there a difference in a doc that uses WebMD and one that pulls out the old book and looks up symptoms? That is a great question. That is a great talking point. And I think there is a huge difference from that. And here's why. When you pull out the physician's desktop guide, you have a skill set that is driving you into the book because you know what you need to look up. And I think I do think that there is a significant difference between, absolutely a significant difference between a doctor using the physician's desktop guide to look up what they're looking up, because then they know what they're looking up. I think there's a big difference between going into the library and know that you're looking for Black's Law Dictionary because you know you're going to use Black's Law Dictionary to look up something. And then there is, I think between that and going to ChatGPT and saying, tell me everything about this. Old IBM manual from the 70s said, machine can never be held responsible, and I think it still holds. I agree with that. I think that is a really good mentality. It's like last night, very nice individual, and you notice that I'm really trying to be human here. Really nice individual said something that in California, unpaid wages bump secured creditors. Not in Article 9 foreclosure, no. And this person, and again, it's my own fault. I wasted over an hour and a half of my time. Because first of all, the person threw a document at me, and I was like, well, shit, maybe I don't know this document. It's like about 9 or 13 page PDF, and I'm like, shit, let me go read that. Because maybe I'm wrong. When I say something and somebody confronts me with a certain level of confidence, I'm like, shit, maybe I am wrong. So I went and I looked it up. I looked up the US code. I looked up the California code. And I looked up, and then I was down a rabbit hole. And then I found what they were talking about, and I linked it to them. And then they were gone for about 30 minutes, and they came back and they linked to me the same thing. And I said, I said, yeah, but you keep talking about this in relation to the Article 9 sale, but that's not a bankruptcy. I said, you have a piece. You're jamming in a piece that doesn't need to be jammed in there. Let's remember that the code you're talking about is for bankruptcy or all liquidation. An Article 9 sale isn't that. And then the person was like, well, it's in this. And I'm like, that doesn't matter. Which of these 6 frameworks do you want to use to prove your point? And they're going on. I'm like, fuck it. You know what? I can't waste any more time on you. I can't waste it. I didn't go to bed till 2 because I wasted an hour and a half arguing with this person. And I got to get out of that habit. I could clearly tell at one point the person was referencing ChatGPT back to me. And I'm not trying to sound like a dickhead here, but if it's taking you 5 or 6 or 7 minutes to come up with an answer, hey, appreciate the kick engagement. If it's taking you 5 or 6 or 7 minutes to come back with your answer, and then immediately after you answer, I'm answering off the cuff, I'm clearly not using ChatGPT because I'm giving you answers. My answers might have typos in them. You always know if I created it because the word "the" is probably spelt wrong. And this is what's wrong with our society right now. We have created logical fallacies, and people don't understand them. We created a logical fallacy called arguing from expert opinion, or arguing from a position of authority or place of authority. And we turn around and we say every time a person tries to use their credentialing, they're making this type of argument. No. If I ask you a question and I say, what level of education do you have on this subject? I don't want to waste my fucking time talking to you at the graduate level if you turn around and say, I don't. And I'll be like, what do you mean you don't? And if they say to me, I don't have a background in it. Okay, then let me tell you where you're mistaken about a fact. And then let's all get on the same fact page. And once we're on the same fact page, let's talk about the differences. It was like somebody was talking about there was a TRO issued, and then the preliminary injunction was denied, and we were waiting on the status of the TRO then. And the person said, well, since the TRO is gone and they didn't get the preliminary injunction, it's all over. And I was like, how? No, because this is a stage of the process. This is a stage of the process. This is pause. This is stop. A TRO is pause. Nobody don't do nothing until you talk to me. These are short. These are short-lived. A preliminary injunction. This is going to be a stop and I run. Yeah, T for temporary. A temporary restraining order. This is temporary. This is so that the judge can make sure all the moving pieces stop. Look, I don't want to. I want the story in 2 weeks when I hear this case again to be the exact same story as now. I don't want real life to happen. Then you have a preliminary injunction. That's where the judge is going to say, oh shit, this is severe enough that I have to tell everybody nobody has the authority to do anything on a more permanent basis. And then we're going to get into it. And then you have the hearing, which will either result in a win, a loss, a dismissal with prejudice, a dismissal without prejudice, or a withdraw. Now, at this point, I don't think that particular court case would end with a withdrawal. The other side would motion to have, if they say we'd like to motion at this time to withdraw with leave to refile, the other side would argue, they'd say, no, we're too far into this now. They've muddied it up. I don't want them to have the opportunity to clean out the pool and for us to get into clean water. I want us to all just have to bathe in the shit water till we figure it out. But sometimes you've got people that get caught up in, well, I heard that you talking as an expert is a logical fallacy. Or the guy the other day who was just being a douchebag, and here's me, and here's him, and I'm coming at him two different ways. This is me attacking your argument. This is me attacking you as a person. If I think you're a racist, sexist, transphobic, homophobic bigot, I'm going to call you out on those things. Those aren't ad hominem attacks on your argument. If this is the only thing I do, then yeah, those are personal attacks and I'm not attacking your argument. But when I show you fact after fact after fact after fact about why this argument is a bullshit argument, and I happen to call you a racist, sexist, misogynistic, bigoted piece of shit, I didn't engage in the ad hominem logical fallacy, because I still addressed your argument on its merit, and its merit was nothing. Its merit was zero. The latest headache is getting junior security auditors using AI to look up security controls and findings and not accepting my explanation of how we address the finding and mitigate it. AI can point out a general problem, but not the context of the actual situation. Right. Absolutely. And what I have found is people are trying to use AI. Right? People are trying to use AI, and it's not working. For example, it takes years to learn accounting. Years and years and years and years. Now, you guys have heard on my show, you've heard me talk about a bunch of times how I don't use the accrual method of accounting. I use the cash method of accounting. And the reason why I run the cash method of accounting is because I'm never going to be dealing with millions and millions of dollars, right? I'm never going to be dealing with millions of dollars. I'm not going to be looking off to write off millions of dollars of interest. I'm not going to be looking to depreciate equipment. I'm not going to be doing that. I've done that. I've done that. Of course, I ran that at the bar where I've got a $250,000 note payable for $250,000 worth of equipment. And I'm not going to pay that off over the course. Yes, of course, I had an accountant who did that, because you can't mix models. You have to either have to be all cash or all accrual. You can't do both. But there is a reason why the cash method of accounting is better when you're not going to be looking at depreciation of assets. Which, can we also be honest for a second? Depreciation of assets is a holdover from when we were in an industrial era or an industrial company, and it took millions and millions and millions of dollars of startup. And now we're trying to apply those same rules to personal computers. You're going to throw out your PC now before you repair it into oblivion. Why? Because the juice ain't worth the squeeze. What's the average age of a car now? About 7 years? Because we drive the shit out of them. It's going to shock some of you. I've only driven 56,000 miles in 10 years. 9 years. I've driven 56,000 miles. I've driven to Florida twice, three times in that car. I've driven to Florida 3 times in that car. I've gone to the East Coast twice, and then I've bebopped around this state. That's it. My car is a 2016 with about 68,000 miles on it. My car at a company would have already depreciated down to no value, which is fine. But all that aside, it took years to understand accounting. And people are trying to throw stuff into ChatGPT, and they're trying to make sense of it. And what they don't understand is accounting doesn't make sense. Accounting does not make sense at all. Because you're taught as a person that deposits are positive and withdrawals are negative. Makes sense, right? The problem is in the accrual method of accounting, debits are positive and credits are negative on your cash flow sheet. And that confuses the shit out of people. That absolutely confuses the motherfucker out of people. And that's okay. But you can't have somebody who's learning through ChatGPT arguing with somebody who's been trained. Now, if Fei Lin was here, I would be like, he can explain it better because he's trained in accounting. I am not. It's not even that credits are negative. Credits reduce debits. And that's an even better way to say it. There's a reason why I don't teach accounting. Because I don't like it. I don't understand it. I mean, I understand it enough to use it, but I don't like it. I think the accrual method of accounting is fucked. I think the accrual method of accounting is something that you are very, very, very advised to have a person with an MBA, with a specialization in accounting, to be your comptroller at your company. And what I've seen is, I've seen companies try to have the person with the MBA in accounting. MBA is Masters of Business Administration, but you can have a specialization in accounting. And they have that person doing the day-to-day QuickBooks. That's not who you want doing the day-to-day QuickBooks. I know it's rough, and I know people don't like this. The person who's going to be responsible for tracking the money should not, you can, but you should not have that person as the person making the entries. Every single day that you touch your QuickBooks, that person should come and say to the comptroller, we had bills payable today. We had bills receivable today. I was looking at Intrepid's accounting, and they're crediting everything out by the day. Every single day. Well, because they're using Amazon every single day and DoorDash every single day. You shouldn't be doing that. What you're doing is you are creating a very large audit trail. You're buying all your stuff from Amazon, but you have no idea what you bought because you didn't put a single invoice number. And Amazon generates you an invoice number. On every single invoice, there's an invoice number. If you go to Amazon Business, you can set it up so that they bill you at a different interval than immediately when you make the purchase. That keeps your books clean. Now again, I am in no way insinuating that the Intrepid books are cooked, because I've only seen a ledger, and Steven Sharif has contested it's fraudulent, and that's fine. But the overall topic is, and all you money people will shine and smile when I say this, when the IRS knocks on your door, the IRS is there because they already believe there's a problem. We changed the laws in America several years ago. The IRS can't just show up at your door and demand to see your books. The IRS has to show up at your door and say, due to this, we need to review. And that review will either lead to, I don't want to say exoneration because it's not a criminal hearing, but I'm going to say exoneration, condemnation, or more review. That's what an audit is. Your books should be able to tell 90% of the story. I should not need you to be standing over me 100% of the time when I'm looking at your books. And I don't just mean your business books. I mean your checkbook. I mean your personal accounting. I no longer keep a check register because I don't need to. But by God, I used to. When I had a car payment, when I had a mortgage payment, I kept a running ledger because I wanted to know immediately why the bank didn't cash my check. I don't do that now because I don't have recurring payments that I don't have debt that I have to track its downward evolution. But again, we need to change our society. We need to go back to, like, for example, I told you growing up, we had a wonderful retired guy. I don't know what his deal was, but he was retired fairly early. And I used to go to him and I would say, hey, Mr. G, can you please help me fix my bike? My dad's not home. My bike chain came off. Mr. G would always be up on his porch. He was a wonderful human being. But he would say, do you need me to fix it because you got to get somewhere? Or do you have time for me to teach you? Sometimes if you said, I just need it fixed real quick, I'll come back later to learn. It's 8:30, I got to get up to the church. And sometimes he'd look at you and say, better get running then because I can't fix your bike in 2 minutes. He's like, I'm just going to leave it. I'll teach you later. But the guy was great about that because you'd get there and then he'd have everything out that you're going to need. The right tools, the right rags, the right everything, the chain oil, the chain grease gun. He'd have everything out and he'd teach you. You think I ever argued with the man about what he was teaching me? Just jumping on here, I'm sure you covered it, but I watched your audit video. Very well done. Way to summarize 5 hours down. Secondly, I find it funny. You have someone who never made games and folks are shocked he failed. You have a community manager that never managed anything and folks are shocked she failed. And now we have apparently someone who have never used QuickBooks and folks are shocked that the books were bad. Could the chef even cook? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let me show you. You should. It's funny you said, can the chef even cook? Right? I'm glad you used that exact expression because I'd like to introduce you to a new version of myself who's going to be making an appearance in a video tomorrow because we're going to let him cook. We're going to let him cook. I already had that genned up. Yeah, we're going to cook tomorrow. Like I said, last night I had to endure a very long evening last night of listening to my legal advisors argue over phrases. The first draft of that article I wrote, it got kicked right back to me by my friend. He was like, oh, fuck no. He's like, I'm 2 paragraphs in and I have 6 things circled for, he's like, you can't say it this way. He's like, go rewrite it, son. And they all know me. I was pre-law with all of them. They've all gone on to be lawyers. And last night I was listening to them kick around. Should we be calling it the ledger or a ledger? Because if we call, and I swear to God, one of my, not that I'm positive of this, but I think he's slightly more autistic than I am. He came along and he said, yeah, we have to change the ledger to a ledger. Well, you can't, the in this context is going to make it definitive. Dawson's lawyers just filed a statement that they have strong belief Steven is paying his lawyers with money he stole from Intrepid Studios. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Yeah, since it's disputed, the ledger is definitive. Exactly, and that's... So I'm like, fuck, the ledger, end ledger, da-da-da. But this is why... Do you think when I was on a call with a bunch of lawyers who have 20 years... They all have 20? About 26 years of 20 years of practice. You think I was arguing with them? Right? I wasn't arguing with them. They were nice enough to be donating their time to me. I'm not arguing with them. I'm not going to do that. That would be fucking stupid. I'm not going to argue with people that I called for help. It's like sometimes you have to stand your ground, right? You got to stand your ground a little bit. You have to say to them, hey, hold on. Like, you went to the doctor. You guys know I have non-diabetic idiopathic small cluster neuropathy. I think I'm fucked anytime you have a 6-word condition. Think you're pretty fucked anyway. But I had a spot in the bottom of my foot and it was hurting me. So the dermatologist cut it out and biopsied it. And what it was just a hematoma. It was just a blood clot. It wasn't a bruise. It was a pocket of blood. So she cut it out and biopsied it. But as it was healing, my wife is a former med tech. And as it was healing, I can't see the bottoms of my feet. As it was healing, I was like, man, my foot is still hurting. So my wife was treating it, putting Neosporin on it, putting a little padding gauze on it, and it wasn't getting any better. Well, my wife saw me about Saturday before I started this 5 days of no sleep nonsense bullshit. She saw me and I was trying to see the bottom of my foot with like a mirror and I had tweezers and she's like, what are you doing? I was like, there is something hard in that wound. I said, I don't know if I stepped on a piece of like kitty litter or piece of dirt on the ground and I drove it up there. And she's like, there's nothing there. And I was like, will you please just look? So she has the pointed scraping tool that you go over, because if there's anything in it, it'll snag. Some of you don't know what I'm talking about. You can use the edge of a needle when you're trying to get a splinter out. If it snags, there's something there. Right off the bat, it snags. So we're there, and we're pulling a piece of calcified scab out of the wound. As soon as it was out, my foot felt so much better. It was like the mouse and the lion, the paw. Okay. Now my foot is healing. My foot wasn't healing. It was like, where's my healing factor, Wolverine? As soon as she ripped it out, it healed over in like 2 days. Again, I trusted my doctors, I trusted my team, but at some point I'm gonna say something ain't right. I think that's the problem we're having. People are jumping immediately to something ain't right. And as I try to get multiple things done, was there anything I haven't read all of Steven's post shit. I was up till 2 in the morning. I was up till 2 in the morning working on this wonderful masterpiece. You guys are like, oh, I will, let me preference in advance. The individual that this video is about did say some anti-Chinese things. I am responsible for all the content, but I'm also reporting news through humor. So if you are of Chinese heritage, please be advised, this is not me making the statement. This is me presenting a statement. So let me pause this music.
In total, coming to Kickstarter, I believe I've put in almost $2 million, just about $2 million.
I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more dollars into over the course of the last 8 years,
So
myself personally, so far, and it demeans the character of myself or the 230 plus families that I care that are putting their hearts and souls into this game, of which I put over $55 million of my own money into the development of this game.
Money, this money, that profit will make me wallet fat.
Yeah.
There has never been a dime or profit that's been taken from this company in 8 years.
Dude, if you're gonna fucking make a comment that not a dime has been taken from the company, help me decide what's going to be for dinner, right? On the 26th of May. And then on the 27th of May, you have a $140 DoorDash charge, which would be the next day's billing. Dude. Yeah, Carthos did that. As soon as the fucking meal was posted, he went into the ledger and he found it. And then I take that and I turn that into a video. Because how the fuck do you say not a dime has been taken? I can tell you guys 100%, not a dime of PGN money has gone to me. Why? Because I don't buy anything with PGN's money that could even be dual purpose, dual use. I don't buy anything like that. Because that's called having integrity. Like, and because I like when people have the tools necessary to call me out, I periodically go into my Discord and I share transparently where the company's money is. Not because I have to, right? But because it's right to. Like, this is... Steven always breaks his arm, beating his hand or patting himself on the back. Talks about full transparency. This is full transparency. This is a post I am not required by law to make. Right? And we made $3,136.88 this year. right? This is how much I owe to Extra Life because I have a comment in my Discord tracking because you guys made, I just happened to mention a veteran in need one day and people started donating for that veteran. And I was like, okay, hold on. Because I can't give that veteran money out of the company's pocket. Not allowed to do that. That's not how, I can't do that. But I can give money to a registered charity organization. So it was $252 and some odd cents. You guys gave that to me. I'm sorry, you guys gave that to my company. My company will turn that into Extra Life. I will, human being Jay, will 1-for-1 match what you guys gave and give to the veteran. The only thing that will change then is to lessen my personal burden because you guys are going to basically cover my human donation Extra Life through those donations. I won't donate to Extra Life myself. I'll donate with the company, not just that 252, but I'll make the usual donation. That's called that's called fucking transparency. Here's where the money went. Here's where the money is. That's it. Steven talks about this ledger this ledger that. Jason Karamanis is Robert Dawson's enforcer. It's ridiculous. Wow. Wow. That disgorging Intrepid's legal fund. That is rough. This is the first, and I'll post this stuff tomorrow. I'll show this tomorrow when I do the other stream, but that is where we have companies that are like liars getting caught in their lies. It's the Lincoln Lawyer, right? Or that's Mickey Haller, the TV show. You have liars getting caught in their lies. That's never good. That is why the truth is always the ultimate defense to slander, libel, and defamation of character. You lie and then you get caught. And by the way, I do want to thank, and these people are all going to remain nameless because they've asked to remain nameless. There are a lot of people from Intrepid Studios now that have seen Nephas's coverage, my coverage. I still feel terrible that 210 families were impacted. Some people in the audience may believe me, some people may not, but all I can say is, if I was in a position financially to be a philanthropist, I would pay all of those employees all of the money that they're owed. And then I would go after Intrepid Studios, Robert Dawson, my own way. Like, say I had won that Powerball a couple of years ago. I would have paid all those employees out of my pocket. I would have said, this is bullshit. I will pay you. Now, what I do think is funny is I see, like, Steven talks about transparency. Everybody talks about transparency. And I'm going to talk about Ashes of Creation and the government all at one time. If you have transparency, then show the records. I think everybody in that community would agree. If Steven was going to turn over the actual financials to anybody, it would go to me. I would analyze it, make sure I would vet it, and then I would kick it back out to everybody and say, okay, he's given it to me, I vetted it, it's clean, or he gave it to me and I'm going to post it as they gave it to me, and this is some dog shit. because I'm sorry. I don't think that I've shown you guys. I do apologize. I'm not trying to say like I'm a lyrical genius or anything, but for those of you that know my background, I used to do audits for the Air Force. Every officer can do audits because you just need an outside person. But I did an awful lot of audits for the Air Force. Okay, so first slide, real easy. We're spot on the dollar here, right? We are spot on. This column, this column, this column, these two match, right? When I do this, and some of you accounting people are going to have a fucking brain aneurysm, and I apologize for that. They have $124 million in notes payable. But there's no matching translation into equity. I never can find where, when these loans are discharged and turned into equity, where you freed up the resources. But again, I don't need to, because your books, as provided, I have completely balanced. And again, I'm not trying to be a dick, but if I was off by even a penny, you could say I don't know what I'm doing. But then you have $62 million in unsupported transactions. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. So our government can't do the same thing. The government can't release the files and let people look at them. I remember 28 years ago being in college, and my school got a copy of the full budget, which was a big fucking deal at the time. And so we all looked through the budget, and the budget was ridiculous. The budget was just completely fucked. Yeah, with about 95% black bars, they might. Right. Now, and having been in the military and understanding the accounting, I had now I want you to hear this and understand what I'm saying. I had a black account. That does not mean I had a black ops account. I had a black account. Colors of money. You have black money, you have OpEx money, you have infrastructure money, you have contingency money, you have military operations money, you have sustainment money, acquisition money. And I missed one color in there. But one color of money is black. Black money can only be spent on that function. And the problem is, I had the budget, but somebody else was accountable for it, which is good. Two-person control. But what would frustrate the resource advisor was the resource advisor would say to me, you need to hurry up and expense that money. And I said, I can't expense that money because I don't have anything to expense it on. Did you see anything in there like fixed assets being depreciated? I would have thought that a ton of hardware that they would have listed, but they were depreciating it big. Okay, so yes, we talked about that I think just before you came in. You really shouldn't be depreciating common office equipment because, and can you? Yes, absolutely. But common office equipment is pretty much rotated out on a life cycle prior to what the IRS tech rules allow for maximum depreciation. Because it's been a hot minute since I had to deal with that shit. But in the video game industry, you're not going to have the same PC for 7 years. You're going to be upgrading. But I'll tell you something funny about the Ashes of Creation thing. The majority of their workers were working remote. And then when Robert Dawson wound down the company, he doesn't even have all the copies of the fucking code base. Yeah, and you have to dig into it. I was asking if they'd been if anything being depreciated. No, nothing I found. No. Yeah, there are subscriptions for software in there, all over the place. But without, and I acknowledge what Steven said. I don't believe that ledger is fraudulent. I believe the ledger that was shared was incomplete. The servers were cloud. They had one server in-house that I found the purchase of. But yes, the servers were operating, would be 6,000 series. By the way, for the people that are like, well, how can we understand what Jay has? What I will show you is, and I did this again, straight shot, 17 hours, rebuilt 9 years of their books, right? The very first thing I had to do was create my own accounting codes for their system because they didn't have decent accounting codes, right? And this is, I'm going to show the 65 series for payroll, and this is jank as fuck, right? I'm telling you right now, I would kick my own ass if my books were done like this. But because I didn't know what I didn't know, that's the 65 series. I always do 6,000 for OPEX. Accounting codes aren't universal or standard. I always do 6,000 for OPEX, 6,500 and above is payroll. Because that way, if I'm doing your books for you and you come to me and you say to me, what are we spending on this, that, or the other? And I'll show you in 1 second that I'm not bullshitting you. I can open up a spreadsheet and give you the up-to-date. I don't even need to run shit. I can always open this up, give you the up-to-date number. But before I flip to that sheet, what I want to show you is, in order to even begin looking through Intrepid's books, I had to create the 9 series of this many different categories of fraud, waste, and abuse. That's how many fucking categories of fraud, waste, and abuse I needed to correct. Now, I am not trying to say like I am a fucking superhero of money management. Yeah, ghost employees. Ghost employees are people that the entry makes no sense. You're sending money to the Bank of New Zealand, calling the Bank of New Zealand a 1099 contractor. If you ever get a company started and you need help getting your company structured, and I help you, you will have something, you will have a smart book that looks something like this. And I'll zoom in a second so that you can see a little bit better what it looks like. But you won't have to ask, like, if I set up your books will give you this at a glance automatically. It will be set up so that you pull down the QuickBooks, you drop it where I tell you, and then it will populate out what you've ever spent. So you want to see like what you've spent on Adobe, right? You want to see what you spent on Adobe. 6,000, we're looking for software, Adobe. And we just follow that bottom line down. That's what you've spent on Adobe over the years. Period dot. You've spent $98,963.95 in Adobe. Period. And then in case Steven forgot, because he said we never spent money on marketing, There's advertising and promotion, marketing expense, marketing agencies, public relation agencies. Right? So I don't know how you forgot that you spent all that money. But you did. And so Steven says we've never spent any money on marketing. Well, it looks to me like you spent overall the course of your company, you spent 1.183 million on marketing. And again, I'm not trying to be a condescending, pretentious asshole, but your company, you may very well understand your books. And I'm not saying John Moore doesn't understand his books. I'm not saying that, okay? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if your books don't make sense without you, then your books don't make sense. You use QuickBooks for your companies. Your accountant loves you because you drop off your books on Friday with SEP IRA deposits for the year already figured out, and that afternoon or Monday, he's done. Yeah. I think it was messy on purpose and not outsourced to an accounting firm on purpose. Oh, you think so? Hold on. That would be an interesting thing. Let me they spent $61,000 on accountants over the years. They also spent $768,000 on lawyers. Could Steven saying one thing and doing another with his company's finances be used against him in this case? Yes. Yes. Every single statement you make. Okay, could it be used against you? Yes, of course. Always. Always. Remember I said for the 9 years I covered, and if you own a business, listen up to this. If you are the CEO, you should almost never speak to the public about, you should never speak to the public directly. If you're the CEO, you should have levels and layers of buffer. And that's why a person like Steven Sharif isn't going to be good at being a CEO, because he wants to talk. He wants to talk. I'm going to try to shift us back out of Ashes, and then I'm going to cover Ashes more tomorrow. But I know that's what a lot of my community likes, so I don't mind taking a real quick jaunt into it. But tomorrow I'm going to cover more Ashes stuff. Do I think criminal charges will come? Yes. I think when you piss off 210 people, when you fuck with people's money, when you make statements, I do believe criminal charges will come. That's my personal belief. Now, in America, in order for criminal charges to come, it has to go to somebody's desk. As I said before, a civil proceeding doesn't lead into a criminal investigation unless somebody prompts it. I've prompted it. I've sent these things to the IRS, to the Attorney General's office, to some other 3-letter agencies, so that they could look at it. Because this, my friends, is bullshit. This is bullshit. It is not how things should be done. But it's also a big problem in the military. Here's an Ashes question that I don't understand. How do Twitch DJs get to play copyrighted music in their sets and not get DMCA'd? That is a great question. So, what you have is a problem with detection. You will notice that a lot of Twitch DJs that play copyrighted music don't have VODs. The reason why they don't have VODs is because the ability to do live detection on Twitch isn't exactly amazing. So, you would have to have somebody in those channels and then doing live reports, reaching out to Twitch directly, and then what we have is the juice isn't worth the squeeze. You technically can't place Spotify in your place of employment if you have more than X number of employees. You have to buy a specific distribution license. So you got to be careful where you are, what you're using. But who's gonna who's gonna get involved with that? Does Disney know about like high schools or grammar schools that show like movie night and they charge like an admission fee? Yeah. Does Disney go after all of those individual people? Yes, unfortunately. Is that Disney being mean? No. What it is does Disney go out of their way to look for that? No. But does Disney prosecute it? Or I'm sorry, does Disney pursue it every time it's brought up to them? Yes. Because if they don't, then somebody can prove, well, you're aware that all these schools are using your movies, which is why Disney will normally reach out to those schools and say, hey, you need to be very specific in your wording. As long as you're playing that for less than X number of people, you're okay. But you cannot charge tickets for it. You cannot charge for admission. What you can do is you can charge for sundries, popcorn, parking, soda, whatever helps you do your fundraiser. Zelensky saying they successfully got Russian troops in a region to surrender to drones in a fully unmanned operation. What the shit is going on? What the fuck is this? Did Skynet become self-aware? Putin's forces surrendered army robots. Ukraine says its forces have retaken territory in an operation using only unmanned robots and drones. Zelensky said soldiers surrendered when confronted by army robots after an advance carried out without infantry and without losses on our side. For the first time in the history of this war, an enemy position was taken exclusively by unmanned platforms. Well, this is great for this is great for the Ukraine, because the Ukraine can't currently survive the war of attrition. The Ukraine will lose if they lose too many soldiers, which creates a problem because you gotta defend your country. Yeah, they were RC weapon platforms. That is what should be scaring the shit out of the United States right now. The United States is losing financially in the war versus Iran. They're winning, they're hitting all these targets, but they're using $3 billion in Patriots, or I'm sorry, $3 billion in Tomahawks. They're using $500,000 interceptors to blow up a $20,000 drone. They are losing radar stations, their bases are getting hit, assets on the ground are getting hit. That's going to be hard. If you can inflict $100 million worth of damage with $120,000 worth of drones, because remember, once an aircraft on the ground gets hit, you got to repair it. Is money even real? Yes, money is real, but money is real insofar. Who cares how much it costs? You do, because your taxes go up. They take more of what little you have. That's why you care. That's why you care. Money is real. The problem is people have forgotten what money is. I mean, yes, they do, but they don't care, so what difference does it make? You've reached the level of apathy. And let me tell you, that level of apathy needs to change. What we have right now is we have the liberal Democrats that are promising to fix everybody's problems, and they're lying to you. They're lying to you. They don't want to fix your problems. They manufactured your problems to sell you the solution. What do they get out of it? How do they get paid? They get paid with your vote. They get paid with your vote. So why do they want to fix the problem that gets you their vote? I want to become king for 10 years. And I'll fix all this shit. Give me absolute authority for 10 years. And then in 10 years, have your elections again. And you'll have a balanced budget. Or we'll be on a path to a balanced budget. And we won't have kids hungry. Because I won't have to spend, 5 years trying to convince people that feeding kids is a good thing. Might not be popular with this whole no kings thing. Right. But it's looking like it doesn't matter where we vote. It doesn't matter where you vote. We have reached the point where you have now seen it doesn't matter where you vote because the two political parties are more interested in beating the other one than taking care of the people. If I walk up to you and you're dying of thirst, and I walk up to you and I try to hand you this, and you say, I won't drink that because it's blue and I'm a Republican. I don't know what the fuck to help you with, man. I just tried to offer you the solution to your thirst problem, and you won't drink it because it comes from the other side. So how does it ever get fixed? Well, it gets fixed one of three ways. Revolution, civil war, or just a total collapse of society. The other option is that somehow everybody gets together and we actually get statesmen back in office. Yeah, if you compare Al Gore and W.'s speeches, they both said the same thing with different words. So really both sides, they throw different spins on it. Is total collapse a fix? Yeah, it's a fix. The reason why it's a fix is after the total collapse, number one, I'm going to say this, and if you don't want to like it, fine. If you want to get pissed at me, fine. But let me just say this outright. If you are a transgender individual and you're supporting the system collapsing, really bad fucking idea. The really bad fucking idea, why? Is because the transgender individuals keep saying transgenders have been around for all of history. Cool. Joan of Arc, great example. Mary Magdalene, great example. Fine, whatever. But let me tell you, if transgenders have been around for all of human history, why are they now in the year 2026 fighting for rights? Because there's finally enough of you alive to fight for rights. What the fuck do you think is going to happen if the whole system collapses? I think the anti-gun crowd shouldn't be celebrating the collapse of common decency. Because there are haves and there have-nots. And if you're a gun have-not, then you're an everything have-not. Because when society collapses the way you want it to, you're going to have to defend yourself against people with guns. Well, if the rich would just share. Okay. Yes, I understand that the rich who make up 1% have this much of the pie on paper. Okay? On paper. I'm going to run you through a thought experiment, a thought process, so maybe you can get it and then you can explain it to people. If there was no power at all, if there was a solar flare that knocked out all power on this planet. Elon Musk doesn't have the wealth that he has because he can't get to it. Wealth is relative. And I know people don't like that expression. And I don't really care. I don't really care that people don't like the expression. They've got to understand this. Let me see what the value is today. This right here is a $90 coin without taking into consideration the collection it's from. This is a $90 coin. 1 ounce of silver, $90 coin. Where we run into the problem is that what does $90 mean? What is $90? Now this goes back to what Cody said about is money real? What is $90? I walk up to you, I need food. You don't need a silver coin, you need bullets. Okay? $90 now, the coin has no value. The coin has no value because you can't get what you need. You come to me, post-apocalyptic world. You find out that Sprockerton is built. You spend months trekking across America getting to Sprockerton. And you get to the gate. And I show up and you're like, oh, hey, Jay, it's me. And I'm like, who's me? And you're like, oh, it's me. It's Cody. And I'm like, okay, let me in. No. Why? What skills do you have? What can you do for my community? Because if I let you in, I have to feed you, clothe you, house you, take care of you. What skills do you have? And as you're there, hemming and hawing and hemming and hawing and hemming and hawing, a girl walks up wearing high heels, fishnet stockings. She's in a bra and panties and she's fucking beautiful. And she's got 36 double D titties. And I was like, let her in. And Cody's like, what the fuck? I said, I have a strip club, but I have no strippers. The boys need some entertainment. I promised my Reavers a strip club, and fuck's sake, okay, as she comes in, we clean her, we check her for bites, we check her for zombie infections, and we say, look, we let you in because you can do something we need. What's that? I need you to be a stripper. And unless she turns around and says, look, I can be a stripper, but I also happen to be a neurosurgeon, chances are her place in society is going to be going to the strip club. Because I've promised my Reavers that. Who are my Reavers? My Reavers are the people who go out in this post-apocalyptic world and they gather supplies and make sure our enemies don't get to us. That's why they get a strip club. That's why in the back of our camp, they're like the fucking SAS. They're like the Patty Maid. They're like the Patty Mains in the back, right? Got to put you in the back. And then you're like, but I'm like, you show up and you're like, but I'm an electrical engineer. And I say, great, but I have 8 of those. What are you willing? Are you willing to do X, Y, or Z? Yes. Get in here. Are you willing to do X, Y, or Z? No. Then fuck off. I don't need you. You open up your backpack and you're like, but I have bricks of money. And I say, yeah, but society collapsed. We burn those. We burn those. And you're like, shit, Everything I was ever taught about money only worked in a currency-based system. I was never taught the basics of economics. I was never taught the basics of economic value. So you say to yourself, well, I don't get it. Yeah, okay, you say you're a professional zombie killer. Cool. Awesome. That's what I want. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. What people forget is that you're caught up in the rat race. Everybody's caught up in the rat race. Delaron is a young man, younger than me. He's not young anymore. He's a younger man than me. I have nothing but respect for Delaron. He worked his ass off as a teenager and a young man because he comes from the south side of Chicago where we don't have a lot of fuck about. The people knew either I'm going to be an eagle or I'm going to be a pigeon. And eagles and pigeons don't fly at the same height. And eagles don't land on the ground and peck for popcorn. There's nothing wrong with being a pigeon if you want to be a pigeon. But you have to understand you are a pigeon. And you will never be more until you decide to be more. You can sit there and piss and moan. It's so unfair. You could do that for the rest of your life. Is it going to change it? No. It's not going to change it at all. It is not going to change it in the slightest. But that's what you have people saying. Oh, if that warehouse didn't want to get burned down, the owner should have paid people a livable wage. They were paying you $23 to $26 an hour. I think I have a video about Kroger. And this is where people aren't getting it. Is this the Kroger video? I think this is.
Why did you decide to close stores instead of paying your workers $4 to $5 more per hour as mandated?
It was stores. We just decided to go ahead and close them because we thought that was the best long-term decision.
Right now, at this very moment, Kroger is closing grocery stores in California. 171 workers received layoff notices.
This is big news today. Kroger announcing it's cutting hundreds of jobs. The company says it's trying to create a better customer experience.
The California Employment Development Department has the paperwork. And the state that has spent years watching corporate headquarters pack up and move to Texas is now watching something more visceral happen. Not a financial firm migrating its back office, not an executive team relocating to a sunnier tax environment. The grocery store, the place where families buy food. Before we get into it, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss coverage like this. To understand what these closures actually represent, you have to start with the scale of what Kroger is managing right now and how it arrived at this specific decision at this specific moment. Kroger is not a struggling company in the conventional sense.
Kroger is not a struggling company in the traditional sense. They are closing 60 stores nationwide over 18 months, which includes in California. The reason why they're closing is because California has too much regulatory pressure. California is raising minimum wages. Now here's the trick. This is where I have said we run into a big problem. If Kroger closes grocery stores in a community, then that means that community has to come up with a way to get groceries, right? It's not just about the jobs. It's about because we've mandated that you will pay employees more, you've put a gun to the head of the CEO. And again, why do we need a total collapse or a total reset? I don't think we need a total reset. I think what we need is we need to understand you can't tell a company what they have to do with their money. You can ask them to do something, You can ask them to do it. But you can't force a company to do something with their money. If the company decides that they don't want to have that store open anymore because they're going to have to pay the workers their $4 to $5 more an hour, then it's real simple. They're not going to have they're not going to have it. You should tell that to Mandami in New York. Well, yeah, because he's as corrupt and crooked as the next one. And the problem becomes you can't fix. Okay. Social safety nets and socialism are not synonymous. They are not synonymous at all. Yes, the United States is laissez-faire capitalism, but it does have some social safety nets. We have Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, SNAP, WIC, Section 8, FHA. And the problem here, people say, but we still need more. I think it's really funny. I covered this a couple of months ago, or maybe a year ago. What I said was, you've got the Department of the Department of Forestry or Park Services, whatever the fuck it's called. They literally understand the idea that they've put up signs that say to the public, do not feed the animals or they will become dependent and reliant on human food. But then we give shit tons of money to people to buy food. Do you know how easy it is to fucking scam SNAP? Do you know how easy it is? It's easy as shit to get SNAP. When they get SNAP, they buy what's on a list, they bring what's on that list to a person, and they get X amount of money, or they get drugs, or they get whatever. It is easy as fuck to do that. What we need to do is we need to get out of the habit of giving people resources to buy food. We need to go back to the idea of giving people food. They had to know this was coming. Even without the wage going up, California lets people walk in and steal shit. Why would I keep a location open for people to walk out with my shit? Right. Exactly. We said what we saw happen was people said the poor shouldn't be able to use their SNAP benefits on junk food and soda. And a bunch of states were like, yeah, go ahead and do that. Now look at all the snack food companies and Coca-Cola. They're all fucking panicking because their products aren't selling. Why? I'm not trying to insult you. I'm trying to give you correlating data. This is not causation data. This is correlation data. Poor people have a tendency to have a lower education. A lower education has a tendency to have less knowledge about health and nutrition and self-care, anatomy, physiology, and it also, people of poverty level suffer from mental illness at a rate almost double, right? So they only care about today. They don't care about 2 years from now. And what I will tell you is, as you can see, I'm slimming down. I'm getting smaller, which is what we want. We want me getting smaller. I shouldn't be taking up the whole frame. But I'm not losing weight. I'm back to I'm losing body fat. I'm gaining muscle mass. I'm staying at the same weight. For some people, that becomes distressing or disheartening. They don't see the scale. moving in the right direction. Does poverty cause mental illness or the other way around? We got to be careful with the phrase mental illness. It's, I guess, more appropriate to call it mental health conditions, situational conditions. Poverty causes anxiety and depression. Severe crippling anxiety and depression can cause poverty because it's hard to maintain meaningful employment when you feel like a lazy piece of shit and you're just in bed all the time. You've got the fucks and spoons theory. If you're not familiar with this, you have fucks, you have spoons. Fucks is your desire to get shit done. Spoons is your ability to get shit done. So if you have fucks and spoons, shit's getting done. If I wake up in the morning and real talk, I wake up, I open my eyes, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not in any pain. I don't have medicine head hangover. I wake up, I'm feeling good. I'm out the bed. I'm at the computer by 4:15. Shit's getting done. If I have fucks but no spoons, I'm laying in bed all day calling myself a lazy piece of shit because I want to get up, but I don't have the ability to get up. If I don't have fucks, but I have spoons, something's getting done, but I don't care about the quality. And if I don't have fucks and I don't have spoons, bed rot. Nothing's getting done. I ain't even laying in bed calling myself a lazy piece of shit. I'm just laying in bed. I'm on TikTok. I'm on TikTok all day. Yeah, I just need that triple D neurosurgeon stripper. She'll get me up. But see, the problem that we have is that I have to be very careful, right? Because people talk to me about their problems, and it's really clinical. It's really cold to say, but I have to constantly say, hey, I'm not your therapist. I'll talk to you as a person, but you can't come to me with your problems wanting to talk to me as a therapist. We can talk as friends. I'll leverage my minister skill set, my therapist skill set. Ashes is tomorrow primarily. I've just been bouncing with Ashes in and out as people have brought up stuff, but I will be covering Ashes tomorrow in more depth. Everybody's going to be covering, everyone's going to be covering it. I think my views are a little bit different than everybody else's because I don't need the money. What do I think about what Trump and Vance said about the Pope? Trump and Vance are fucking idiots, especially Vance trying to tell the Pope what he needs to do in the practice of talking about theology. Donald Trump and JD Vance are clearly now the party from 1984. And that's a big fucking problem to me. I do not need the Pope. I do not need the President of the United States or the Pope, the Vice President of the United States to say shit to the Pope. I do not need that. I need the President of the United States to be respectful of the Pope because he's a head of a foreign country. The Pope is the leader of the Holy See. It's a very, very small fucking country in the middle of Italy, but it is recognized by the United Nations. It has observer status. I am sickened that American Catholics who are members of MAGA are siding with Donald Trump in his criticisms of the Pope. I'm beginning to say, you can have your politics and you can have your religion, but keep them separate. Keep them separate. Catholic Church is saying that the recruitment numbers are going up in the U.S. Well, part of the Catholic Church's numbers are going up because we have an American Pope. That's important. But the other problem we have, when you start to see a society turn back to religion, you unfortunately have often crossed the threshold that you're moving into the final step of hard times. And I have bad news for some of you. You have to understand this flowchart. this flow chart is going to be the most important thing you'll see. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. The problem is good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Donald Trump is not a strong man. Donald Trump is a weak man. Donald Trump is a bully. And the reason why Donald Trump is a bully is Donald Trump doesn't understand the art of the deal. The art of the deal is simple. Ready? I want something, you want something. We're struggling to get what we want from the other person. When the other side doesn't have need of you, negotiating with the other side is very difficult. Negotiating with the other side is rough. Like, I'm going to give you an example. I don't have enough fight in me right now because I'm exhausted, and I recognize the fact that I'm exhausted. My daughter went to school, and she got put into a group with the two shithead kids of the class. The two kids are shitheads, and they're worse together. But the teacher put them in a group together and put my daughter with them and one other kid. The one other kid ditched class, the whole class. They're 7th graders. And the other two kids picked on my daughter. It's an immediate phone call to the school. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 because my daughter's already had run-ins with these two. And the school didn't know what to do with it. My school district has a problem right now that the son of the president of the school board is a bully. And he talked about his being bullied. He started a petition, which he's allowed to do. It's a public school. And the school district is now flipping the fuck out because this is getting news. Well, I'm not about to deal with this shit when it comes to my kid. I'm simply going to say, hey, school district, we need to fucking talk. Magically, all the other parents say how hard it is to get to school to get anything done. I didn't even have to wake up for the phone call. My wife emailed the teacher yesterday. The teacher called me this morning, but my phone was off because I was, fucking sleeping. I said, call the teacher back and get the meeting date and time set up. But we'd also already called the principal to get a date and time for a meeting set up. Magically, what the teacher says is, those two girls are just horrible, and I'll move your daughter out of the group she's in. If I had a little bit more fight in me, I would be going up to the school district and having the meeting anyway and saying, cool, my daughter's problem is resolved. Let's take the next step. Let's fix your problem. You know those two girls are fucking jackals. You literally know this because you said as much. Why the fuck are they ever in a group together? Or why aren't they always in a group with just themselves? And let the two jackals deal with each other. It's like, hello, do I fucking need to come and run this shit for you too? Flip a coin, expel the loser. We need to get back to, and this is where we have the problem. The big fucking problem. You have kids that are known jackals, but they're going to be on the field trip next year to DC. Why the fuck are the jackals even allowed to go on the trip? We have got to sit some people down and get them to understand your bullshit agenda doesn't apply. People that are saying, well, if you teach your kid that if someone starts a fight with them, they swing back, you're the problem. No, asshole. My kid's not the problem. My kid's not the fucking problem. My kid is a gentle giant. Gizmo is 5'9", 170. She's a discus and shot put thrower on the the field team. If your kid picks on my kid has been told to fucking open up a can of the whoop ass. Because when I walk into the school, I'm going to ask right in front of the fucking administration. I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I don't give a shit if they hear the questions. I'll walk up, say, did you throw the first punch? No. Did you throw the last punch? Yes. Are you okay? Yep. Cool. Sit there. School's like, well, what do you mean did you throw the last punch? Did you end it? Is it finished? Defense is a temporary fix to a problem. Defense is the ultimate defense, the ultimate solution to a problem. It's the ultimate solution. Yeah, once the threat is neutralized, you stop swinging. I went to an all-male school. There was a fucking pecking order. I didn't give a shit about my social standing because while guys are too busy fucking circle jerking fighting each other, I'm busy with my fiance. I was engaged in high school. I'm busy with my fiance getting laid every day. I ain't got time to fucking fight with you numbnuts. Like, look, I'm gonna go fucking, yeah, you're gonna piss me off. You're gonna piss me off at the school. I'm gonna want to fight. And when I get home, I'm gonna hate fucking my fiance, right? That's how it's gonna be. Thank you for the fuel. Yeah, I tend to think more like Ender. I'm going to make it so no one thinks about it again. Right, exactly. Ender Wiggins' theory. If you start a fight with me, I will beat you so thoroughly, I eliminate your ability to ever fight me again. But only if you start the fight with me, because I'll leave you the fuck alone. I will leave you the fuck alone because I don't care. But we've got an awful lot of people in this world. What do I think about Ukrainian drones exploding in NATO territories, damaging infrastructure in NATO? I think it didn't happen. Where did this happen? Estonia, Latvia. Let's see. Well, what I'm seeing is a little bit of confusion. I'm seeing NATO members Estonia and Latvia are saying drones hit their territory amid one of Moscow's biggest assaults on Ukraine. Ukrainian drone strikes in Estonia, Latvia during the Russian attacks on the Baltic ports. I think what you have is, I think, no, he's right. It's 3 countries. It's shitty reporting, but yeah. I think this is what you get when you're bordering a war and you haven't bothered to step in. And I'm not trying to be an asshole about it, but it was, drones are going to go offline or off target or off mission. I think the problem is the people surrounding the Ukraine have a responsibility to I think the people in the countries around the Ukraine have a responsibility to help their neighbor. I think that you can't have a regional war that goes on for 4 years and everybody I think you can't just sit there and ignore what's going on with your neighbors. I think Donald Trump and Joe Biden are both responsible for Ukraine being weak. I think Donald Trump allowing Russia to sell oil in order to alleviate a fuel crisis he caused is ridiculous. I think that Ukraine is fighting for survival and Russia is fighting for greed. I think we've got a lot of problems in the world. I think that what would really be helpful in the world is if a lot of the people of these nations would stop, honest to God, stop their bullshit. And now that we've seen the effectiveness of the F-35 in combat, I think the United States, Donald Trump especially, needs to understand that if women could see men's dick sizes, a lot of men would have to lower the tone of their voice. Donald Trump should be lowering the tone of his voice. We have 2,000. Our plan to replace a bunch of other highly functional aircraft has all been predicated on the idea that nobody would be able to target the F-35. And now the F-35 is able to be shot at and damaged. We have, although what we lost in Iran was an F-15, an F-35 was shot at and damaged. We lost an A-10. I think Donald Trump needs to lower the bass in his voice. So Ukrainian drones co-opted by Russia. Yeah, that's kind of what it's saying. It's kind of saying that the drones were compromised by Russia. So I would have to dig into it more. But the truth is, it doesn't matter. Either way, all the neighboring countries, you've had a war on your doorstep. Well, yes, but see, there's a difference between Russian drones get confused into crash into NATO countries as well. But what the fuck is the point of NATO existing? NATO had the ability, any of those NATO countries, the first time Russia sent armament through their airspace, we should be shooting them down. Yeah, you should be. But you don't have the air defense to do it. And therein lies the problem. Now we're seeing the great problem with NATO. You're not using it. And these countries, I'm sorry, but the small countries, there's option to invoke Article 5 against Ukraine. Yeah, you could invoke Article 5 against Ukraine. You could invoke Article 5 against Russia. You could invoke Article 5 against both and put a NATO peacekeeping force between the two armies. Who's going to do that? Who is going to do that? The answer is nobody's going to do that. I've told you this in the past. I don't show random videos. I have to vet stuff that I show on my show, and I haven't seen that. I think we do, though. We have a huge problem. Wars continue because someone decides that they do, and because everybody else decides that they don't. And the rest of the area around Ukraine needs to understand Russia took Gaza, or Russia took Crimea, and we let them do it. And then Russia took Georgia, and we let them do it. And Russia invades Ukraine. And if you do that, what are you going to do the next time? Well, if NATO isn't going to get involved, then it doesn't matter. And while it is true right now that the European Union combined could probably beat Russia. All your economies in Europe would get fucked up if direct war started to happen, as opposed to indirect war. We're a world that doesn't need to be operating this way. We're a world where immediately after October 7th in Israel started invading the Gaza Strip. If the world had turned around and told Israel to go home, we wouldn't have 100,000 people dead, injured, missing, wounded. We wouldn't have 50,000 kids killed or wounded or maimed. We wouldn't have another 21,000 children impacted by water shortages, food shortages, medicine shortages. But simply the world would have had to say, Israel, go home. You can't do this. But when you, I was as well, actually. When you don't have penalties, when you don't have rules, when you don't have guidelines, well, then you don't have control. It's like people come to me and they say, I have a problem with my child. I say, what's your problem with the child? And they say, my kid doesn't listen to me. I say, okay, your kid doesn't listen to you. How do you think you can fix that? They said, I don't know. I said, well, if you don't know, what's your discipline framework? Again, lack of consequences. Absolutely. It's always going to be lack of consequences. What's your discipline framework? How do they earn? What privileges do they have when the mercury is at 0? What additional privileges can your kid get? What privileges can your kid have taken away from them? I'm going to play a
Why did you just
I'm going to play a video that may offend some people. I think this is the video. And if it offends you, that's okay.
This is how Arab families raise their kids. And I believe you should be doing the same, Habibi. So listen up and tell me what you think. At age 5, give your child a real job, not chores. A job they actually get paid for. Cleaning rooms, taking out trash, folding laundry. Pay them $5 every week. Now here is what most parents completely miss. Every single dollar they earn gets split into 3 envelopes. Envelope 1, the giving envelope. $1 goes here. At the end of every month, they hand deliver it to someone in need. This teaches them that wealth has a purpose beyond themselves. Envelope 2, the spending envelope. $2 goes here. End of the month, they spend it on whatever they want. No rules, no judgment. This teaches them freedom and the value of a decision. Envelope 3, the investing envelope. $2 goes here. And here is where it gets powerful. You match it with $1 from your own pocket every single week. So their 2 becomes 3. This teaches them that money can work and grow while they sleep. By age 10, they will not just know how to earn. They will know how to give, how to enjoy, and how to multiply. Most adults are still trying to figure this out at 40. Your child will have it mastered by 10. In our tradition, giving your child a trade is a sacred obligation. Teaching them to give, invest, and spend wisely is how generational wealth is built. Comment money.
And yet people will say that that's a bad system. That's an amazing fucking system. That is an amazing system. If you disagree with the charity one, okay. But that is an amazing system. And the reason why it's such an amazing system is this. Yeah, it's the lesson that matters, not the culture it's coming from. I did not know what was in my... I like to teach my kids that they don't have to be rewarded for every single thing they do. Then you miss the entire lesson, and I don't know what to tell you. Because he didn't say... He said, give them a job. Give them a job. Sometimes you have to do that because of responsibility. No, you don't. Let me stop you there. You don't have to do things just because of responsibility. There's sometimes consequences if you don't. But when they're 5, you're teaching. And what you're doing is you're embracing your goal as a parent, that your job as a parent to get them to 18, educated and alive. Educated part is the key part. If you start your kids at age 5 with a job, a lot of the discipline problems you're going to have with your kid are going to go away. They're going to go away because your kid now has a job They have to do these things, right? Because the problem is, why do you want to build in a power struggle with your child when you already know there's going to be a power struggle? Because the power struggle against the parents has been going on since there were children and parents. If you are a young man, you are gonna butt heads with your father as you get older. That is how you grow. You test boundaries. I tell my kids, there's no power struggle here because you don't have any power. So we're not going to have a power struggle. I'm not going to get into a power struggle discussion with my kids because it's not going to happen. I have responsibilities to my children. My children have responsibilities to themselves and to the household. My children's responsibility is to go to school, sit down, shut up, listen to the teacher, get an education, and fetch good grades. The reason why I tell my kids your job is to sit down and shut up is because it's not your job to argue with the teacher. It's my job to argue with the teacher. That's my job. Your job as a kid is to respect the teacher and then tell me when the teacher's not respecting you. And then I'm your advocate. What age is a good age to teach them how to shoot guns? 8 to 12. If you have guns in the house, as soon as they're old enough to even conceivably reach the gun, they should be taught weapon safety. I mean, it's not a power struggle. When I was a kid, I just knew there were responsibilities I had to take care of, not just for personal interest, for the whole family. No, you didn't. Let me stop you there. No, you didn't. You know that now, looking back. You did not know that at that age. And if you're going to say, yes, I did, I'm going to say, well, then please submit yourself to every psychology researcher in the world, because you would be the first person in all of human history that had that level of maturity when you were a child. When you're a child, you do things because you were taught those things. If you're not taught those things because you're like, I just knew. No, you didn't. Somebody instilled that in you. And if you're really going to try to make an argument, no, I just knew, then I'm not going to argue with you. Just go to a psychology researcher so they can study you. Because you would be the first person and you'd be the missing link between nature and nurture. Yeah, your parents instilled it. Now, raising kids is very thing, and I see that approach works, but I'd still raise my kids how I was raised. Plus, they wouldn't have to work when I already know their grandparents will spoil them rotten. That right there is the problem. Grandparents should not be contradicting the parents' rules. Grandparents are there to support the parents. If the grandparents are going left and the parents are going right, then the grandparents get taken out of the equation. I'll give you an example. My daughter, Melly Umpkin, knew how to use a knife and a fork and a spoon by about age 2.5. One day, we're out at my in-laws' house, and it's the boy cousin, Melly Umpkin, the girl cousin, all in a row. And they're eating. And when I brought because I don't have people serve my child, I serve my child, or my spouse serves my child. It's her job or my job to feed our child. Brought her a knife and a fork. They were a kid's knife and fork, but I brought her a knife, a little kid's fork and a butter knife. Gave my child that. The other two kids, the older one is older than my daughter, asks for a spoon. And then my mother-in-law hands my child the spoon and takes away her fork. And I said, excuse me, she needs a fork. She doesn't eat spaghetti with a spoon. And my mother-in-law looked at me and she said, Meliumkin can't eat with a knife and fork because her older cousin can't eat with a knife and fork. And there's the older cousin's mom right there. And I said, she can raise her kids any way she wants. You don't raise mine. And it turned into a big deal. It started turning into an issue. And I stood up. And as I stood up, my father-in-law looks at my mother-in-law and says, it's his rules. It's his kid. This is where families have broken down. I don't need your help. I don't need your help raising my kid. I can see the results of your parenting in my spouse and her siblings. I don't need your help. And then it became an issue where my mother-in-law was like, well, when they're at my house, they're under my... I said, cool. And I just looked at my wife and said, after breakfast, we're leaving. Just matter-of-factly. After breakfast, we're leaving. Why? Because if you're going to tell me you have the authority to overrule my kid in your house, I will respect you because this is your house. But I will respect myself by leaving the house. And then that was it. That was about the end of it. I've seen my in-laws maybe 6 times in 18 years after that. So apparently I promoted you to the head of my secret police. All right, I'm going to address this because it's funny on so many levels. Even if I was going to promote Karthos to the position of head of my secret police, I wouldn't... I'm sorry, but we're still like close enough to the Holocaust. I wouldn't promote a Jew to the head of my secret police because I have cultural sensitivity. Second of all, I don't have secret police. I don't have secret spies. I have outright assholes. I don't do things with subterfuge. Yeah, because you take the slush fund. And all my pennies would be missing out of my coin jar. I don't have secret police because I'm a honey badger. I don't give a shit. I don't have any enforcement. If you act like a clown here, I ban you. I do that myself. The video taught me value of money, earning money for what you want, charity, and confidence in decision making, all on a small, easy to understand process. Yes. That's why giving your kid $5 a week, matching when they save, because in the lesson becomes, if they don't want to get up and they don't want to do it, that's fine. That's why envelope 1 gets the first dollar, and that's the giveaway envelope. The giveaway envelope isn't there. It's there to teach charity, but it's also there to teach bills. It's there to teach liabilities. That's it. That's all it's there for. That's an amazing technique.
This is how
I wish more people would use that. Let's see. Actually, I'm not going to play any video right now. I'm going to jump up and take a real quick break. I'll be right back. All right. Let's see, what other bits of nonsense did I download from... So is the U.S. leaving NATO or what's up? Oh, somebody asked me 2 questions. Is the U.S. leaving NATO or is NATO going to kick the U.S. out or what's going on? I don't think Donald Trump actually has the authority to take us out of NATO because it was a signed treaty. The problem is NATO is a treaty, so the president cannot unilaterally withdraw. But the other issue is nobody can compel the president to deploy the military. And this is where, again, our Constitution was written very poorly. The Constitution should more explicitly state how the 2 halves of the war declaration works. I don't think Congress should be able to declare war on anybody unless the president asks Congress to declare war. If Congress declares war, they can't compel the president to deploy troops to it. The other one was, has the Iran situation caused me to change my opinion on the US's warfighting capability? And the answer is yes. It has changed my opinion on the US's ability to fight wars. As I said, Iran can lock on to the F-15. That's a really big fucking problem. Iran is not supposed to have the capability to lock on to the F-35. Now that they can, that means it doesn't matter if it's Iran's equipment or not. Iran has the capability. If Iran has the capability, then their allies could have the capability. Either Russia, China know how to do it and they told Iran how to do it, or Iran knows how to do it and they'll tell Russia and China. Either way, Iran is winning in asymmetrical warfare. And that is a problem. What you have is an organization that shouldn't be able to impact our military operations, but they can. What's the population of Iran? 90 some odd million? 93.1 million? But we can't go into Iran in a ground war because we'll lose. And I don't know why people keep saying that they're 100% certain the US would win a ground war, because we wouldn't. We would have to send almost the entirety of our military to Iran, because over the years, we have trimmed down the US military so much that we no longer have a maximum fighting force. Yeah, Iran is a very difficult terrain. Iran is a very, very, very difficult terrain. And besides, I imagine that the U.S. is going, the liberals of the U.S. are going to say, well, if we go to Iran, we're going to liberate the people, and then it's going to create a more stable group in the region. No, it's not. Because you haven't made your ally Israel go home, as Israel has killed people indiscriminately for 2 years. 2.5. As I said at the beginning of the show, if what Israel did to Lebanon was switched to Lebanon doing it to Israel, Israel would be calling it their 9/11. I watched a couple interviews with military experts saying it was Chinese tech that detected our aircraft. Well, right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's China's tech or Iran's tech. If they have the tech, then all of the enemies have it. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea all have access to that pool of technology. They may not immediately share it, but that means they could share it. What makes me sad as a person, as a human, is that I'm not sure about Russia. They seem to get the cold shoulder lately. Publicly, but I don't think privately. What I don't understand is why MAGA isn't turning on Donald Trump. This is like a cult-like condition. And it's scary. They're afraid he'll cancel them. Well, right. I kind of just want to get to the midterm elections. Yeah, no, I'm willing to stand up to him. But here's I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of people over the years. Smart people aren't easily acceptable. Smart people aren't easily acceptable because we don't tolerate bullshit and we call it out. Karthos and I will be in like an argument with somebody on a Discord somewhere, and what the person will say is, and it happens on my show, the way I define. Look, man, the way you define something doesn't mean shit. The way you define it doesn't mean shit. The way everybody else defines it. Yeah, if you cannot see anything wrong with your party and not see anything good about the opposite party, you're in a cult. That is absolute fact. That is amazing. I won't speak for you, but as a former educator, I get hung up on, I need to teach these people the right answer, and that drags me into the mud more often than not. Yeah, you saw it last night. I was in the middle of writing that article, and I spent 90 minutes going back and forth with this. Yeah, and I found myself halfway through going, this person is dumb as fuck, I should just stop trying. Right, that's the problem. Jeff Foxworthy, and the whole here's your sign. I love the here's your sign idea. I love the here's your sign. I was about to engage with you, but oh, sorry, didn't see your sign. I think for a lot of its people, it's more if you're trying to destroy them. Oh, I agree with you. You can see me hit that point when I'm just like, okay, well, you really aren't interested in hearing more. Take care. Yeah, it's like a certain individual that you and I both try to help. It's like, dude, you're clearly using Chat fucking GPT, which I respect. Oh, Bill Ingall. That's right. Bill Ingall is, here's your sign. Thank you. The problem is you have an individual who knows. You know that individual is using Chat GPT to argue with you. And you're just like, you know what? Get fucked. I'm not really, I'm not really interested in having this conversation anymore. Yeah, Foxworthy is, they might be a redneck if, that's right. Bill was on the redneck comedy tour. Now, I do want to say something about, I want to say something amazing about AI. As you guys know, at the beginning of my show, right when I started my show, I was banned off Bandcamp, which I think is absolutely bullshit because they didn't tell me what I was banned for. But I love AI because in the time that I've been on the show using an AI prompt, I have removed Bandcamp from all of my websites. Just having the AI go through one website at a time. It could literally be something as lame as they don't like another platform you have your music on. Actually, I think it might be because, which is fine. I asked them 4 years ago and they said it was fine. I think the big problem was it's a DMCA free music catalog, but I'm charging for it. But I don't give a shit because to me that's people making that's a route for people to make donations. Now, does it kill me? No. It doesn't kill me. Does it hurt? Well, yeah, when you're a small business, losing any revenue stream hurts. Absolutely. But I'm literally not going to fight with a company that's going to just delete my account and say I violated your terms of service when you're not going to tell me how I violated your terms of service. If you're not going to give me a definitive answer, then I'm not going to give a shit. Yeah, they just went right to deleting my stuff. But just to put it to you this way, I've made less than $1,000 on Bandcamp, and I've made $10,000 through DistroKid. So it was a small revenue stream. It was still a revenue stream, but that's okay. Ban first and maybe answer questions later. Yeah, I agree with that theory. I'm gonna have a little bit of extra time today, not too much. Let me clip through some of these that I downloaded because I obviously downloaded them for a reason.
This video just triggered a diplomatic clash between Israel and South Korea. Disturbing images from 2024 shared by South Korean President Lee Jae-myung, appearing to show Israeli soldiers on a rooftop in the occupied West Bank, kicking and dragging bodies across the roof, throwing at least 3 over the edge, one after the other. Israel says the operation targeted militants. President Lee's post says, "We need to check if this is true, and if it is, we should find out what measures were taken." He then said there was no difference between wartime killings, the Holocaust, and Japan's sexual slavery of Korean women. Israel's foreign minister.
You can't have you can't have a military kicking bodies off of a roof and kicking people off of a roof. I'm sorry. If you believe that Israel has the right to exist, I agree with you. If you agree that Israel has the right to kick people and drop people off roofs, we're going to radically disagree. You can't behave like a war criminal. You cannot. You're not allowed to. It's against the rules. Israel's bulletproof victim card needs to get revoked. Yes, it does. But you see, the problem is you can't turn around and deal with Israel's bulletproof victim card by denying the Holocaust. look, the Holocaust was real. Well, we've got these surveys that show, no, you don't, because you've got a 5-year period of time on this census where the number didn't change at all. That's not possible. I mean, it's possible, but it's statistically so unlikely that the number is so close to zero that it can't be legitimately taken. So, so. Yeah, and what's bad about it is this. You can't really try to put guardrails on a society as a collective until each country is willing to give up autonomy and become a part of the larger whole. My displeasure with Israel's actions is separate from whatever my view on the Jewish people. I can have a problem with the government of Israel and still be supportive of the Jewish people and be against anti-Semitism. And I think this is where intelligent people are never going to be mainstream, because when people have come on here and they want to talk about the Jews, I say, are you talking about the ethnicity, the nationality, or the religion? And when they ignore that question and they keep wanting to use my chat as their soapbox, then they're not interested in having a discussion. They're just trying to reach out to people. Because if you're against their nationality, yeah, I'm against what the government of Israel is doing. Yeah, the people that can't make a distinction between the government and the people. And those are when we need to just give up. Or they choose not to. And that's the more important one. They could, but they're choosing not to. Right? Because never let facts get in the way of a good narrative. Right? People like to make a lot out of Charlie Kirk's comment where they're like, Charlie Kirk was racist. And I'm like, okay, what racist thing did Charlie Kirk say? And they said, Charlie Kirk said if he gets on an airplane and it's a black pilot, he's going to start wondering about their credentials. That's not racist. That's not racist. Because the context people are failing to remember is the airlines turned around and said they were going to start hiring people according to DEI standards. What people don't conceptualize is when you say you're going to hire according to DEI standards, it means you're going to hire 10 people. You're going to hire 10 new employees. 2 must be black, 1 must be Latino, which means no more than 7 can be white. But that doesn't mean you're going to hire 7 white guys. It just means no more than 7 can be white. So when we line up all these pilots and we objectively quantify their scores, objectively, flight ratings, flight hours, UPT score, pilot training test scores, check ride scores, white guy, white guy, white guy, white guy, black guy, white 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 guy, black guy, white guy, Latino. So we're going to hire 10 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, yep. Can't hire him. Can't hire him. Can't hire him. Can't hire him. 9. Can't hire him. 10. In this scenario, these 5 white individuals are more qualified. Well, the top 4 white people are more qualified than the black and the Latino you hired. And again, I said objectively, UPT score, check ride scores, the flight school scores, have airframe specific training scores. What you've decided is, you've decided that something other than merit will be taken into consideration. Now, as you can see, objectively, it is possible for a black man to score higher than white candidates. Why did we have such a low placing for the Latino? Oh, because out of our group of 30 applicants, we only had 2 blacks and 1 Latino. Well, holy shit. There's no surprise, and this is where people don't, they believe they've got the holy grail of gotchas by saying systematic racism. Systematic racism isn't real. Systematic classism is real. You aren't being kept down because of your race. You're being kept down because of your wealth. And your wealth buys access. And statistically speaking, 55% of your country being white, 13% being Latino, and then this gets you to 68. You've got I'm sorry, not Latino, but black. You got another 20% to 30% that is Latino. Then that is about how your numbers should look in every career field. Every career field. About 55% of the bricklayers should be white. Why? Because 55% of your population is white. Well, white people have more access to education, and yes, I understand. That's why they're not bricklayers. But they should be. Because if we fixed the other poverty problem, individuals that are black or white or whatever, or I'm sorry, black or Latino, would be moving in to the top part, which would force white people down, which would then fix your numbers. It's like when Jordan Peterson gets called out because feminists want to ambush him and say, well, let's talk about women CEOs. And Jordan Peterson is like, well, hold on, before we talk about women CEOs, I want to talk about women bricklayers. And they're like, well, why do we want to talk about women bricklayers? Because you want to talk about equality, right? Well, women don't want to be bricklayers. Oh, so what you're admitting is women don't want to take certain jobs, and if those jobs happen to pay more than jobs women want, you're saying that something other than race is contributing to their or gender is contributing to their pay disparity. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying. I remember being interviewed by the government auditors why I didn't have enough women on staff. I would look at HR and say, did any women apply? They say no. I said, then interview over. Yes, exactly. Yes. I had that. I had that exact thing. You've now filled 5 positions, and every position you filled has been with a white man. And I handed him the stack of fucking paperwork, and I said, can you tell me on this paperwork, because you can see through the paperwork, you see those black lines? Race or gender or identifying information is blacked out on the application. I have no idea. It's not until I identify the candidates that I get access to their contact information. And I'm not trying to say we don't have racism in this country, because we do have racism. But I'm saying just because we have racism doesn't mean that gives you a carte blanche, free access to run around and paint everything as because of racism. Well, it's not because of racism. It's because of poverty. How many people do you think I was getting that had qualifications for fuels lab technician? How many candidates was I getting with cryo technician? Well, I don't know, man. Seems a little weird, but the majority of the people in those jobs are white men. It was IT, so it was usually about female to male ratios. Right, and the problem is, like, we did this study 25 years ago, 27, fuck, I'm old. 27 years ago, there were a bunch of people in the School of Ed. There were a lot of people in the School of Education. But what we had a disproportionate number is males were high school and then middle school and then elementary school, and females were elementary school and then middle school and then high school. Women wanted to work in elementary education. They wanted to be preschool teachers or kindergarten teachers, first grade teachers, second grade teachers. I didn't want to be any of that shit. So much so, I didn't even get the training. I don't even have the certification to teach below. I can teach 5th grade subject, but not 5th grade homeroom. So I'm allowed one level down what's on my certificate. So I can teach 5th graders if we're doing a 5, 6, 7, 8 rotation junior high. We also never talk about the gender gap in hazardous jobs, which 70-80% men. Some of these fields are dying for people, and they're only getting men applying. And those jobs pay more because they're less desirable and dangerous and often require overtime. I'll throw that on the screen real quick, and I'll be right back. Yeah, you've got the problem with gender inequality and dangerous jobs. And I'm not saying women can't do dangerous jobs. Women have the right to choose their vocation, but then we are constantly challenged on their decision. For what? A quota? Be genuine if you want equal rights. Right. I knew a girl in OTS. She was a fitness junkie. She got 100% on the males test. She is an anomaly. She is a complete anomaly in the military. Women do not normally score 100% on the males test. But that's not to say she can't do it. But what I have a problem with is the premise of the movie G.I. Jane. The premise of the movie G.I. Jane, Master Chief has already been shot in the leg, and G.I. Jane is a Navy SEAL who can't fireman carry out her teammate. She can only get up under his arm and limp him out. She can buddy crutch him out, but she can't fireman carry him out. I'm sorry, but you should not be allowed to be admitted into a special operations combat operator role unless you can fireman carry out the maximum allowable weight with the maximum gear. And that should be for men and women. And maybe we turn around and say, okay, well then they need to carry less fucking gear. By your new rules, sir, even some of the men are failing out. Okay, well how do we get their weight down then? Well, they need all that gear. Well, if they need all that gear, then only people that can firemen carry out a wounded with all that gear can apply. Period. Yeah, I've known female paramedics. I've known female firefighters. Some of them are great people. Some of them are diversity hires. And that's not what we need. I don't care who you are. But we have got to get past this. We have got to get past all this nonsense bickering between the genders. I'm sorry, between the biological sexes. Genders are a different thing. We need to get away from that. Women cannot do everything men can do. Some women can do everything men can do. People talking about how women... Serena Williams could beat me in tennis. Yes, Serena Williams can beat me in tennis. She's a female professional tennis player. But Serena Williams was beaten by somebody who wasn't even, in the top 200? She got beaten 6-1, 6-2. John McEnroe said Serena Williams would be rated somewhere in the 700s in men's tennis. And you know what she said? I would be somewhere in the 700s in men's tennis. It is routine that we have the U.S. women's soccer team has been beaten on a number of occasions by high school boys teams. Okay? That's problematic. For the argument of women are stronger, women are as capable as men. No. They have the same equity value. They have the same equitable value as men. That doesn't mean they have the same upper body strength. Ronda Rousey. I wouldn't fight Ronda Rousey. I wouldn't fight her. She's MMA trained. She's a bronze medal judo winner in the Olympics. I'm not going to fight her. But there's an awful lot of men on the planet who would fucking body Ronda Rousey. You were K-9 law enforcement in the Air Force. You had to carry a 100-pound sandbag, 100 yards to qualify, carry a dog to safety. Those that couldn't washed out. Just like I washed out a pararescue because I couldn't do the tower exercise. There you go. Got to carry a 100-pound sandbag to qualify because you have to be able to carry your dog to safety. Done. You can't do it, you can't do it. Period. It's not a mark of like shame. It's you don't have the upper body strength to do this.
This video just triggered a different... This video just...
I'm gonna play one more video. I'm gonna pick one of these people that have these radical takes. This one.
Strange. I see a grown man, but all I'm hearing is a little bitch.
Oh, that's for the Steven Sharif video.
Listen, some of y'all are out here confusing can't afford to live with can't afford the lifestyle that you want.
Boom. Right there. That right. I'm glad she said it. I'm gonna play that again for some people because you need to hear it a bunch of times.
Listen, some of y'all are out here confusing can't afford to live with can't afford the lifestyle that you want.
I saw a guy pop up on my FYP the other day, a young guy, and he was in an absolute rage because he couldn't make it make sense. He makes 3 times minimum wage. 3 times what the minimum wage is, and he can't afford to live.
That's $45,000 a year, in case you were wondering.
I read an article in an economic journal that said the national average income to live comfortably for a single person
Today, Junior,
is $96,000. For a family of 4, national average to live comfortably, just comfortably, is $240,000.
No, it's not. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's all the bullshit.
Ugh, that sounds scary. Until you actually look at what those numbers mean. That $96,000 that you claim to read is not the cost to live. That is a smart asset study using the 50-30-20 rule when it comes to budgeting. 50% needs, 30% wants, and 20% savings. Which means that number already assumes that you are eating out, traveling, and investing. And here's a part that nobody really likes to hear, because the average household spends about $4,000 a year on eating out and about $3,600 on entertainment. That is $8,000 to $12,000 a year that is straight up once. Maybe before you sit here and say this doesn't make sense, we take a closer look at where the money's actually going. Because did you know that only 34% of Americans actually track where their spending is going? So yes, we can talk about what it actually costs to survive, but once you start adding wants into that number, you're not talking about survival anymore. And apparently some of y'all need to learn the difference between the two.
Like, I'm not proud of a couple of periods in my life. One of the periods in my life, I consumed alcohol pretty regularly and frequently. It was tech school. When I would block out of a block, that weekend I would go to a place called Graham's Last Resort. It was 5 nightclubs all into one building. They had a jazz bar in the back. They had a sports bar. They had a country bar. They had like a modern, like neon rave-ish bar. And then they had a inappropriate stage where women were repeatedly told that they could not show their tits, but most of them ended up doing it anyway. That's why that room was always packed. But I went there right at 7 o'clock when they opened, because they had 25-cent you-call-its. And I had my drunk on by the time 9 o'clock came. And then I usually sat in the jazz bar, and people that knew me would come and find me. Sit in the jazz bar just before 25-cent you-call-its would go away. I would get a triple on the rocks, 75 cents, sit in my booth, nurse that for quite a while. The bartender got cool after a while because I tipped well. 25-cent shot, but I'm still tipping $2 into the jar. So what the bartender used to do would give me a glass of ice and empty and my 3 shots, my 3 pour into my glass so I could pour it into my rocks as I needed it. I would know guys that would get there at 10 o'clock at night, and that's when drinks are $5 or $6 a piece, and have 20 drinks, 10 drinks, buying drinks for all the ladies. Then the next day, the guy would look at his credit card bill. He'd be like, "Holy shit! I dropped $400 or $500 at the bar last night. $400 or $500 at the bar. Did you get laid?" It's like, gonna channel my inner Chris Rock here for a second. Turn my head all sideways. Did you get your dick sucked? No. Then why'd you buy all them drinks? When I got out of the military and I moved back home, people would want to go to the bar all the time. So go, have fun, enjoy. Like, you coming with us? Fuck no. Why? Because I don't want to go to the bar. People that go to the ball game, they want to go to the Cubs game, they want to go to the Sox game. They're there all fucking day. They're there all day because you got an hour to 90 minutes to commute, 30 minutes to fucking walk from the parking lot to the stands. Got to get into your seat. Got to get your hot dog and your flat beer. Then you're there. Then when you're leaving, you got a 30-minute walk back to the car. 2 hours of traffic because you got to get out. By the time you get home, the whole day's gone. You've invested 9 hours to watch a baseball game. Meanwhile, I got up, I mowed my grass, did some work around the house, ordered a pizza, jumped in the shower, got out of the shower, the pizza's there, sitting on the couch, grading papers, doing my, watch the inning, mute while the commercials are on, grade a couple papers, log some shit into a grade book, click, click, click. 7th inning comes along, I don't have to wait in line for the whole 7th inning to take a piss. My bathroom is empty. I still get to watch the game. And then after the game, you guys are stuck in traffic for 2.5 hours. I'm doing laundry. I'm cleaning dishes. I'm doing that sort of shit. I got a lot done on Saturday. And then the next day, I get to watch the NASCAR race. Again, sitting at home, listening to the NASCAR race, grading papers. My weekend costs me the cost of a pizza. Your weekend costs you The cost of the pizza, the cost of the tickets, the cost of the parking, the cost of the beer and the hot dog, the time. People are like, they're out of their fucking minds. They're out of their fucking minds. The 50-30-20 rule, I'll admit, it's gotten tight. It's gotten tight. But there are people with no savings. There are literally people with no savings at all. Loads of fruitcakes out there. You're right. And here is where we run into the largest part of the problem. Anybody with a camera and everybody with a phone has a camera can make content. Anybody can make content. Where we run into the big issue is that there's no organization that vets that content. Some may argue it depends on what stage of your life in. For that example, no, it never matters. It never matters what stage of your life you're in. Because the only way you're going to make the argument is it matters what stage of life you're in is if you're going to try to make the argument of I don't want to have to wait until my retirement to have fun. And nobody says you have to. But what you have, if you want to have a lot of disposable income when you're young, what you can't have is a nice place to live. If you want to have a lot of disposable income, appreciate the sub. If you want to have a lot of disposable income, then that's okay. But where I'll give you, it's going to be a crude example. I'm not meaning to offend anybody, but we're going to just keep it real. We're going to be down to earth. I would go around the corner from my house to the bar, but I would get a burger there. I really liked Riley's daughter's kitchen. It had a really nice bar or really nice grill in their bar. So I would go there and I'd get a burger. And depending on the crowd and depending on the night, sometimes I would stay, sometimes I would leave. If somebody was there that I knew, I would bullshit with them a bit. If there was a cute girl there, a woman, I shouldn't say girl because we were all over 21, cute woman there, I would talk to the cute woman. And then it was sometimes funny because I would take these women home, and I live 2 blocks away. So these girls would be like, or these women would be like, where's your car? I said, oh, I live 2 blocks up the road. I said, I live right here in the subdivision. She'd be like, really? Yeah. So we're just walking and get to my house. I had a nice house, you know? So we go and we fuck and, you know, usually would walk her back to the bar. Be like, hey, it's about 2:15. Closing time at the bar is 2:30. I can walk you back so you can get in your car. Sometimes they'd spend the night, sometimes they wouldn't. It is what it is. It is a whole lot easier to get laid on a Friday night or a Saturday night if you have a house you can take her back to, rather than some greasy, nasty apartment that you're sharing with 2 other dudes. Smells like a fucking gym sock. I don't know. When I was 19, I slept on beaches, benches, didn't sleep, bars, ate the cheapest food, had fun with the boys. Can't see me doing that at 30. Oh, yeah. When you're doing that, yeah, absolutely. If that's what you wanted, nobody's telling you can't have that. But what you can't then do at 30 is say, I wish somebody had told me. And then I'll be like, no. A lack of business skills and investment skills is the main issue, but with the rise of AI, things could be improving. The AI can tell us what to invest in, except that doesn't work. That doesn't work either, because if everybody starts moving over to the same AI investor, the share of the profit gets smaller, because what AI can do is identify trends. But if everybody is identifying the same trends, the profit margin gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Besides, there's an expression. If it's too good to be true, it probably isn't. Did you notice that in 2017, 2018, 2019, and just the first part of 2020, there was all those earn from home, work from home, make your rent, make your this, make your that, all these fucking thousands and thousands of scams. You'd see them on boards posted in Walmart. You'd see these numbers on the side of trucks. You'd see these bullshit billboards. You'd get the spam emails, the internet links, all this shit. Make money from home. Well, as soon as COVID happened and everybody in America spent 6 weeks at home, all those jobs disappeared. Like Elon says, eventually AI gets too clever and the money is less important because there's nothing AI can't do, including investment in stock and shares. It's all math. It's not all math. What are you talking about? Investing in stocks and shares isn't math at all. It's arithmetic, but that's not math. The math tells you if you won or lost. Like I said, AI can find trends. Psychology and a math code. You can't. Okay. I don't know if you're trolling or not, but an AI is never going to be able to cognitively predict an AI doesn't have intuition. An AI has factoids. And again, you say Buffett's rule. Okay. The trick here is if everybody starts investing the same way, then there's no profit for anybody. Warren Buffett's rule is not he predicts what to invest in. Warren Buffett's number one rule is don't lose money. Rule number 2 is never forget rule 1. But you see, that's where the trick comes in. Like Buffett says, don't buy a stock you're not comfortable holding for at least 10 years. Buffett says 90% should be in an S&P 500 index and 10% in short-term government bonds. The problem with that is if everybody starts investing in an S&P 500 index and if everybody used the same, if everybody invested through the same broker, nobody would make money. Because the same broker would be trying to execute the same trades for everybody. AI sucks at math. I've never seen an language learning model push anything other than the script of a video out to anybody from mathematicians. And math requires a huge amount of creative thought. So what is computer science? Mathematics, engineering, mathematics. Okay, I'm gonna teach you a real quick lesson about why AI is gonna be, why AI isn't gonna do what you think it's gonna do. Okay. I tell you the average salary at a company is $100K, right? Hold on, let me pull up my example book. And this is where AI is going to do. Wait, he had to do maths and engineering to get his graduation. Main language of engineering is math. Okay, Jenny, do me a favor. Stop going all over the fucking place. Okay? You're all over the fucking place. First of all, ex-military contractor doesn't mean anything to me. half of the contractors I supervised in the military were dumb as fuck. I'm going to give you an example of where you have to have a human understanding, not an AI script. I tell you the average salary at a company is $100,000. Does that mean everybody makes $100,000? No, it doesn't. Because I've got 9 people who make $25,000. So they make $225,000 total. So the 10th person makes $775,000. And that means my average salary is $100K. And AI is going to look at that. It's going to accept it because it is mathematically true. It's going to recommend you that job because you say, I'm looking for a job with an average salary of 100K. AI is able to calculate math equations we can't calculate. No, it's not. I'm going to stop you right there. No, it is not. AI cannot calculate any math equations we can't calculate. That is objectively false. That is 100% objectively false. AI can only calculate math that somebody has taught the AI how to do. I want to remind you of something. AI still can't tell you how many times the letter P appears in the alphabet. That's odd because all the top universities... you are one more dumb sentence away from getting banned. Just so you're aware, you've got to be trolling at this point because you are confusing using supercomputers to calculate out a formula written by human mathematicians because you're saying they can do the math we can't do. That's not true. The computer can do it faster. Somebody had to teach it. Yeah, and what? And what is your point? It's not doing math on its own. It's spitting out the results of what it's been taught. Yeah, quantum computers are not artificial intelligence. Now, I want to show you why language learning models are not AI. This is a very common thing to confuse AI. Other than the letter P, what other letters appear in the alphabet twice? In the word alphabet, the letter A appears twice. But it didn't correct me. I gave it an incorrect premise. So, why are you saying that AI is doing anything? I gave it an incorrect premise and it agreed with me. Right? 12 seconds. Now, it's not until I tell the language learning model that it's made a mistake, but I said other than P, and P does not appear twice. You're right, I missed that. The answer is A. In the alphabet, only A appears twice. P appears once. Language learning models are not artificial intelligence. People are. Quantum is the future. From what I read, that's what Google is building. Please shut up. Do me a favor. I really want to get through a show where I don't have to ban somebody. Please leave. I really want to just get to a point where I don't have to ban people every time they come here with full... Just please leave. Do me that favor. Please depart. Because I'd like to make it through a show, and I'm already over. I'd like to make it through a show where I don't have to ban somebody, and you clearly don't know what you're talking about. So either you can just go away or I can go you away. I'm cool with either. But people are talking about AI on a level that it doesn't exist. We're not there yet. How is money going to be made by AI controlling everybody's investment when it's the same thing as if you have a single stockbroker doing everybody's investments? If a single stockbroker handles all the investments, nobody makes money because there's no money to be made. In reality, AI would be responsible for the economy reducing by 60 to 70%. Because the first thing AI is going to do when it looks at a company like Disney, it's going to say Disney is an overinflated, overvalued stock. Disney is overvalued. So we're going to sell off Disney and get its price down. That's not going to be good for the fucking people at the very beginning who lose all their money. And remember, stock is never a net sum zero. Stock already has winners and losers. The only people who guaranteed make money on sales of stock is the IPO. Everybody else after that may or may not make money. GameStop went through the roof. And the broker. Yeah, the broker always gets a fee. That's why brokerage houses charge you a fee. Because what we've done is we've taken this massive system that's responsible for where all the wealth is generated, and we lock access to it behind people. Now, some people will be like, well, I don't have a brokerage fee because I use Robinhood. Yeah, that worked out really well when you had GameStop at $250 a share, and it was plummeting through the floor, and Robinhood had to suspend trading because they didn't have enough money in circulation to cover all the deals they'd already made. It's like the movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. You don't have, we're going to need $630 million. We don't have that in cash. I think the problem is people are being told and they're not digging into it. They're not researching. Charles, yeah, I don't pay a broker. I think I have 50 free trades a month with Charles Schwab. Or something, a ridiculous amount of free transactions a month. Because I'm on their individual retiree account. I'm not on their I want to be making money all day, every day. Yeah, I think 50 is the bottom. But who the fuck is making more than 50 trades in a month unless they're day trading? Brokers shifted to no fees because of Robinhood. Yeah, because remember, Charles Schwab and Merrill Lynch and all them, they want your money because there's always that lagging day or 2 days where they have your money and it's not in anything yet. But no, we got to get past this thing where people come in and they're trolls and they just want to be trolls. They don't want to be meaningful. They don't want to participate, and they want to jump around all over the place. Yeah, penny traders and day traders is about it. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here, number one, because I'm borderline fucking exhausted because I worked on that Ashes of Creation stuff, and then due to the timing of all these new documents, I need to review more Ashes stuff. So I will see you guys tomorrow talking about some Ashes of Creation and all the new stuff that dropped down.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are